Okay, so we are going to start, and for this next session, I'm going to invite another colleague of ours. She's going to tell us her name, what she does, and then she's going to give us her keynote so that tuweze kupata an idea of what exactly we are talking about today, and then we'll proceed. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes to this stage. Karibu sana.
Asante Bri. Hi, Saseni. Mnasikia baridi kama mimi? Hata mkiniona hapa na freeze and shine. Kirudi pale na trench coats. So, as Bri said, my name is Jewel Ndungu. I am the Director for Policy and Governance and Advocacy at Kenya Ni Mimi. Besides that, I'm a lawyer by profession, and I do many other things. Yeah. So, the main theme of this opening session is, so we know what we've been doing as young people in our country, yeah? Si mnajua? Muniongeleshe wishe, msininyamazie. Wewe unajua mko ukifanya nini?
The amount of tear gas I've eaten this year, and then taxes. I don't appreciate the amount of money that goes to the government. That's all. The rest are personal. Yeah, it's a me problem.
Okay, of course we know the atmosphere in the country, but today we want to talk about young people, not just as critics of the system, but as implementers of change. Kukua kwa street sio sustainable, right? See, after protest, mbili tatu hivi, guys are tired, and guys are scared. So that's not sustainable. So today we want to talk about young people as implementers of change. So, first of all, I stand here with gratitude because spaces like this remind us why we are not alone in wanting a better world. Kwanza, for guys who, let's say you've been in uni or you finished uni recently, maybe from like 2021, 2022, 2023, and guys in uni right now, people feel hurt and they feel hopeless. But when you come together with other people, it reminds you that you're not alone. And this is not just a Kenyan thing, it's global. Young people are inheriting a world that is on fire, a world that has systems that work against us, and it has crises that we did not create, but we are expected to fix them because we want the world to work for ourselves. So today when we talk about building while fighting at the same time, it's not just a phrase, it's not just poetry. We are talking about survival. And whatever we are going through is not theoretical. We are fighting climate change, we are fighting bad governance, we are trying to afford education, trying to live dignified lives, and also to enjoy life. People are fighting unemployment. You're trying to create a startup, to start your business. You're trying to fight injustice, to be empathetic with others. You're still trying to redesign the existing systems. But I'll tell you the truth. These systems, they're not built with us in mind. When you think about, for example, how education systems were designed, see, education was brought to us by the white man. Us, we had our own, like formal education, we had our own systems of education. You'd sit under the tree with your shosho, and your uncles and your cousins, and you'd somehow learn about very many things. At least that's what I'm told. I was not there, so yeah. So education systems came, and the work of the white man was to, like, they basically brought their system and did copy and paste here, not caring for the context. So basically, we've just been producing graduates for white-collar jobs that were very few at the time. My dad tells me, when they were going to school, anyone could work in government. Kama umeenda university, in fact, ulikuwa unatoka NYS, unafanya ka certification hivi, unaingia ministry. And in 5 years, ushakuwa mkubwa huko. That's how the system was for them. We're also trying to navigate political systems that are very tokenistic for young people. We're also trying to navigate economic systems that tell you, work hard, go to school, think broadly. But then the system is already rigged because there is already a very small percentage of people who have accumulated the vast majority of the resources. People tell us, be patient, change takes time. But when you're patient, without taking action, you become complacent. So we can't wait. So today we're asking ourselves, what can we do? What can we do today? What can we do with what we have? What we have is time, and what we have is energy. When young African tech innovators see gaps, like when young people see gaps, for example, who knows who started M-Pesa? Safaricom are not the owners, or they're not the original owners of M-Pesa. Yeah, he was a very young man, and because he did not know about intellectual property, what happened to his innovation? It was taken. Right now, he'd be a multi-millionaire, and we're talking in dollars. M-Pesa iko Kenya, iko Ethiopia sai, wanataka tu ikwe kila mahali, And that was his brainchild, but he got nothing for it. So, critique is important, but we have to do other things outside of criticism. So the first tool I'll talk about, and if you know me, you know this, decolonization. I am a big advocate for decolonization and decoloniality. We cannot use systems that were brought by someone else, and we keep doing the same things over and over and saying nothing is changing. You know how they say only a madman does something over and over expecting different results? The result is going to be the same. So if we do not dismantle colonial structures, we are still going to remain in the same place. And most of this colonization, I don't know if you guys know this TikTok for, I can see the coronization. Of course you know it. I don't finish it because I'm on record. Yeah, but it's very real. Our minds are very colonized. Because when you have never experienced a different reality, whatever you experience, that becomes your reality. You cannot imagine a life outside of that, right? And that's why, even look at the books we read in primary school. Where were we learning about, what was he called? The missionaries, Van Krampf. What, I don't remember. But where were we learning about those guys? Yeah, why were those things important? Because someone came and said, this is what the Kenyan person does not know, and this is what they need to learn. So, when colonialists came, they didn't just take away land. That's not the only thing they took. They didn't just take away the best, most fertile soils. They didn't just torture people. They actually reshaped so many things. They reshaped our economy, reshaped our minds, reshaped our languages, and even our sense of possibility. The moment they came here, and people like the former president, Kenya's first president, the late Jomo Kenyatta, Where was he taken to school? Britain, right? That's why they took him to school. And yet they were opening schools in Kenya. But they believed that for him to be a worthy man, to be a man worthy of being given the presidency, he needed a white man's education. Of course, I feel like we don't know the whole history of whatever transpired because there was very little record of African history. But I would assume that that's a very strong possibility. And then languages. Naongea lugha gani sahi? English, right? Because that's what the education system taught us. That's the acceptable language, you know? When we are always, like young people, among the social classes, who are the people who are put on a pedestal? It's the people who speak English, you know, the ones who speak with a certain accent. Those are people we put on a pedestal, and yet there's nothing wrong with any of us speaking and having our mother tongue, like our accent, because that's who we are. But again, we are colonized in the mind. When you talk about the economy, I'm not an economist, so I will talk about that later. But also, we know like the cash crops we grow in the country. If you look at the main cash crops we grow as a country, most of it goes out for export. Like colonization just came and created, when they brought industrialization, it was a very extractive model. It was grow, then send it to the white man, and then he brings it back. On my Instagram, there's a time I did a video showing of all the coffee brands that you guys and myself, we buy. Do you know that none of those are Kenyan brands? Dormants, they come, buy our coffee, and then they go, value add it, and then bring it back to us. Because those are the kind of models they created, and they do not want any of us to think that we can have an alternative. And because I don't know if I will forget to say this somewhere else, that's why I keep saying, whenever you see a small business that is Kenyan-owned, people like Joam Coffee, I don't know about Java, I will not talk about it. But when you see small businesses that are entering spaces that have previously not been entered by Kenyans, support them. You don't really have to, you know, like how markets are controlled by the law of supply and demand. That means if we go to the supermarket and we say, I'm not taking the McCoffee, I'm not taking the Dormans, I'm not taking this, I'm looking for a Kenyan brand, and if there is none, I'm actually not going to purchase. That's very intentional change. You know, if all of us here, assuming this all of Kikuyu is us here, if today we decided we're not buying those brands, what would Clean Shelf do? They'd be forced to go and bring whatever the market is demanding for, right? But if we do not have this kind of knowledge, and if we are not intentional, and if we are lazy or performative in our advocacy, then we can't create such systems. We just keep replicating the same things. And sometimes really it's laziness. Those brands are on the aisle, but we ignore them, you know? But also sometimes it's hard because maybe that's the brand that is coming at a very fairly priced, because maybe a small business in Kenya may not be able to sell at the same price as someone who's producing in such large quantities. Anyway, I digress. Today, much of our governance, education, and development models still follow blueprints of what was never African. So what does decolonization mean? It means we have to go back to our roots. And when I say our roots, most people mistake decolonization for saying ati tuende kuishi kwa nyumba za matope, ati tuende maji kwa mto. No. We were never given a chance to develop ourselves. Who says we couldn't have developed piped water? Right? No one has said we could have never developed piped water, but they have made it look like you could have never done that because at that point you hadn't done it. They just say you could have never done that. And if you think about it critically, as much as maybe people say you are colonized in this year, The white man came to Africa in the late 1890s. Ebu imagine all those years between, let's say, 1896, 1895, because I remember that's where there was like the International British, what was it called? IBEA, the Imperial British East African Company, right? That's the time these guys were around. They hadn't colonized yet, but they were around. Imagine all that time until 1963. How many years are those? 60 years. Juzi Kenya celebrated 50 years since independence. Imagine the number of things we've done since independence. Someone stole all that time from you, and then they come and tell you what? You could have never done this without me, and yet you were never given a chance. Anyway, secondly, we have to value indigenous knowledge alongside science. I know education tells us science, you have to prove things with facts and everything, but indigenous knowledge is also scientific knowledge because it was proven and it worked. Like, if something happens today, it happens tomorrow, it happens for a whole year consistently. Isn't that enough evidence? And yet when someone goes to the lab and does one test, they come and tell you, mine is science, yours is trash. Like, you need to come to the lab like myself, you know? But also, I know this generation is not big on, on that kind of information, and I understand. But whatever you do, try to find a balance between the two. And thirdly, redefine success, like developmental success. I don't know the full history, but if you look at countries like Malaysia, some of the Asian countries, those guys just, after they were colonized and conquered, they just took a moment and they're like, let's close our countries and do some housekeeping. If you look at countries like Singapore, where are they today? They're ahead because they had to sit down and redefine success for themselves. So we should not start asking, how can we fit into this system? We need to ask, is there a system that fits us? If the answer is no, then we go ahead to create. The second tool I'll talk about is education. I think to decolonize your mind, you need to be educated. You need to find a source of information, and that information should be able to help you change your mind on certain things. They say that only a foolish man receives new information and then refuses to evaluate their position. If you can't change your mind based on new information presented to you, it means there is either an issue of pride or you're just not learning. You are just participating, like usomi. So we need to make sure that when new information is presented to us, we reevaluate it, and we reevaluate it critically. So, honestly, I'm so clueless about the current CBC structure, but I think it's meant to change from like white-collar jobs to make people also, like a balance between white-collar and blue-collar jobs. And also, I think a bit of it is to help people become problem solvers. So when we think about a system like that, we see to some extent, maybe the people who will come after us, they'll also want to solve problems because that's how they have been educated. But even ourselves, nisisi ndo tuko sahi, na nisisi tunasema we want to change things. So we also need to think as like problem solvers. We can't be throwing stones all the time. We can't be retweeting. We can't be keyboard warriors. We can't be insulters. If you think about it, after a while that does nothing, right? Like mkiuliza sahi, honestly, has anything changed? Has anything changed, really? Si finance bill ilipita? Hata after twende kwa street. Si this year ilipita? Right? Si pesa inaibiwa e-citizen? Has anything really changed? So going to the street is not the solution. We need to start building in community. In uku kwenye tuko, that's why we need to start building. And education is one such tool that can help us build. So we decolonize education, and then we embrace education. How many of us read like after school? Like you just read, like you're intentional about reading. Me, I read. Yeah, like you, or if you're in school, you read non-school material. Like you just randomly read. How many of us do that? More of us need to read, because what reading does to you, it helps you engage with a lot of information. So you become a critical thinker. For example, I didn't go through CBC, obviously. So the education system I went through taught us to memorize. Like, it's either you know the answer or you don't. It's not about problem questions. It's about the right answer. Balance the equation in chemistry. You have a whole CH3, C3H10, blah, blah, blah. Those things that tortured us. Yeah, that is what it taught us. So at this point in your life, you need to be like, I don't want to become that kind of person. I don't want to become the kind of person who's dispensable just because I was a memorizer. That's why all of us need to keep reading for us to become critical thinkers. We need to learn how to be creative and to invent. And most of all, we need to embrace technology. If the technological, what are they calling it now? Like there's a technological wave. There's something they call these things. Yes? Yeah, like all these emerging technologies. Like we're in an era where there's so much tech, so much AI. If this season passes you and like you didn't know how, like you didn't familiarize yourself with these things, by the time you're 40 or 50, utakuwa kama mama wako mwenye unajajinge. Ukisema that's it's true. You'll become that person. Do you see the way our parents just forward WhatsApp messages? They don't even know whether it's facts because they were told that's how to use WhatsApp. Like, they watch TikTok, they save, they send. Like, that's how they use social media because it just found them in a season where, like, okay, there's tech. People didn't care to learn how to use technology. At the same time, these parents are running businesses. Watu, young people, wamefungua WhatsApp business. They are running their businesses on WhatsApp business, but them, they would never know. And when you tell them, they're like, hey, hiyo siwezi ingia, uko nitaibiwa. Utaibiwa nini kwa WhatsApp business? You know. So we really need to embrace technology and learn how to use artificial intelligence. Don't use it to apply for jobs and to write cover letter only. Learn how it can help you. Wangapi wameitumia ChatGPT wakafinya hiyo part inaitwa deep research, like waone how it even works. Kama yako bado iko na 5 attempts, hujatumia. You know, you need to embrace these things. And even if you don't have a laptop, you can download the ChatGPT app on your phone. Don't let these things pass you. You can download Copilot because it will get to a time where you'll become dispensable because you didn't embrace education. We never stop learning. Utaacha kusoma ukiwa kwa kaburi. Kama vile tu utalala kwa kaburi. Kwa hivyo usilale sai. Sorry, that was dark. And then as you get educated, now learn how to incorporate civic responsibility into your education. If you write a tweet, don't just write out of emotion because umejam, uko hapo ukisema. You know how we tweet out of emotions? Kenyans tweet out of emotions. Like, it's very emotive. You don't even care who's on the other side. You just want to release your anger. You're like, I'm mad. I'm just going to keep reposting and writing Sirini numbers and, you know. But like, someone is telling you to do it, but you're not even asking yourself, as Jewel, why am I doing it? And is this the best way to engage? One of my closest friends told me he would never go to a protest because for him, when he did a critical analysis, he was like, that's not how I can, like, it does not add anything, you know? Like, I'm not saying that people should stop protesting, but they don't misquote me. I'm just saying it needs to be strategic. It needs to be, do you know you can protest as one person? Do you know that? For example, if I'm in an office with Bree and Jerry, and Jerry is a very corrupt person, or she's a very bad leader, and she's trusted me with some things, and I know her values and my values do not align. But do you know, if I'm a critical thinker, there's a way I can bring Jerry to my side, and me and Jerry will not fight. And there will be no tension in the office. You know, that's what education does to us. It teaches us to engage and to think critically, and it just teaches us some soft skills that we can never learn by being in a classroom. So don't stop reading. Do online courses, attend such forums. Every time you go somewhere, you learn a new idea that you did not know. And then you'll go to somewhere else and you'll build on that idea. And that's how education works. So you use education to shield you. Of course, the reason we are, you see this joke that has been going around that the reason we are so vocal and we are the way we are is because Kibaki gave us free education, right? Yeah, so what that shows is that education at that point becomes a shield, We are just like, nah, even you, like, yeah, we can't fall for that. At that point, education is a shield. It protects us from being exploited. It protects us from being misinformed. But then we also have to embrace education as a sword. We have to make sure that we're using education to redesign broken systems. The other tool I'll talk about is entrepreneurship. When we talk about building things differently, we have to become entrepreneurs. By there is no place where there'll ever be enough jobs for everyone. If you don't build, you'll work for someone. And when there isn't enough people to work for, you become unemployed. Isn't that what we are battling with? Right? So we have to become entrepreneurs. By there are so many problems to solve in this world. So many. There's so many problems to solve in this world. And that's why every time you go to university, they make you write a thesis before you leave, right? How many of you did your thesis honestly? Like ya ukweli ni wewe ulifanya. Au kutumia ChatGPT, like how many of you did? Mine I did honestly, because in my school you couldn't be dishonest. I'll not say my school, but how many of you did it? You don't even do these things unless and you're the same person who's saying, like, I need a business idea. But even your own thesis, your own problem solving, you are given a chance to contribute to something, a small gap in society. And even with that, you could not be honest. Do you see where the problem is? Even with that, you could not be honest. You had someone do it for you. We know there are people who exist, who you pay to do your project for you. So we have to change things like those. Because imagine someone goes and reads your project that you have no idea what it was. All you did was submit. You put your admission number, and then you submitted and you are told you've passed. That's all you did. But someone goes to the internet, because what universities do is they make all these things open access. Someone in China could read that this is in Kenya, and then they see a problem. And because they have the capital, they come and solve the problem in this country. And then what do you say? Wanakuja nchi yetu wamejaa, hata sisi hatupati chance ya entrepreneurship. Lakini, we are already dishonest from the beginning. So we have to start building things, and not just to make money. Money is a good motivation. I'm not going to stand here and say money should not be a motivation. It is a good motivation, right? But let it motivate you to make sure that you're also going to create a good legacy that is built in community. So don't wait to be told, ati tafuta mali kwa hii economy ujifix. No, we have to build. When you build, for example, if all of us here had businesses, let's say we are like multi-million companies, and multi-million, let's say even in Kenya shillings, not even in dollars, in Kenya shillings, we'd be able to employ so many people, right? But based on the values we have, they determine how we run, let's say, our human resource departments. And then when more people enjoy working there, and then they're like, hey, kuna hizi kampuni tunatakanga kufanyia kazi, because they have good company culture, you know? And then over time, let's say there's another group like this in another hall, they realize everyone wants to work for the companies in this hall. Why? See, because there's good management. And then it forces them to change their policies, because that's the market, the law of supply and demand. Like, these companies have so much demand, they're attracting the top talent. Even when you look at, let's say, companies like Microsoft, why does everyone who does computer science want to go to Microsoft Kenya? You'll go there, utapewa fuel card, uko na fuel shell, kona fuel ya 40K per month, salary yako ni $500,000, you work from home, you go to the office once a week, and when you go to the office has like, it's built well, and people, every like the top talent, they want to go work there, and they're leaving Safaricom. So what will Safaricom ask themselves? What are we not doing right? And that way, Microsoft has influenced Safaricom, which is also another major employer, to change their policies or to improve their policies. That's how, those are some of the unseen ways that entrepreneurship works. You know, for example, how did like private equity come along? Do we know what private equity is? Like, me as Jewel, you guys are like, this is like a very watered down version. Let's say Munyiri and, what's your name? Munyiri and James are billionaires, but they don't want to open a company. So they come to my firm, which is a private equity firm. And then what's your name? Pardon? Perpetua wants money for her. She wants money for her business. So James and Jerry say, in my pool, I have given out, let's say, 3 billion for investments. They're private investors, like they invest behind another business. So they say, we'll give this one some money, right? And then when that becomes the demand, what will banks do? See, banks wamezoea kupeana loan at very high interests, right? So they start seeing, there's this other side that is coming up where people are getting money through other ways, and us, we are not making enough money. And then they see like the interest rates are so high. So what do we need to do? We need to be more considerate of people. We need to lower interest. We need to do this and that. And that's how things change. But it's not as simple as I'm saying it. By the way, things are complex in society. But that's how change happens with entrepreneurship. And your entrepreneurship needs to be radical. Like when I tell you radical, let me shock you guys. So you guys know Nzambi. Do you know Nzambi? Nzambi Mate. She's a Kenyan entrepreneur who is making bricks from plastics. Like, she goes to all these dump sites and collects plastics. And then she makes what? Bricks. These bricks are way cheaper than the concrete bricks. And she has, of course, producing a product is very, like, you have to produce a prototype, and then you go through multiple iterations of the product, and then now you come up with a final product, right? And her product is being embraced because, first of all, it's cheaper. So kama sahi kwa hii economy ya, he whose name we shall not name, kwa hiyo economy, like, wewe kama unaenda kujenga, uende uone mtu akwambia, but this you buy these plastic bricks, and then you're like, hey, me, I've never heard of that. And then they tell you, come, I show you where they've been used. You go somewhere and you see, this person has had those bricks for like the past 5 years, and they're perfectly fine. You know? Wouldn't you buy them if they're cheaper? Of course, Africans, we have a really big problem in embracing new things, but that's what radical entrepreneurship means. You know? We all know Lennox making pads from banana fibers, right? Like, what do you think got his mind to a point like that? Anakavi anaona banana trees, anasema, guy, isn't it pads? Like, do you think it took one day? He had to spend time reading and reading until he had read so much that it got to a point where he could see a possibility. Do you guys get it? Like, uko na hiyo information, paka unaona possibility. This week, I'm in a place where they're hosting some very radical entrepreneurs, let me call them that. And they're trying to solve problems like, what do we do when we have excess tomatoes in the market? This person is making wine out of tomatoes. I'm not even joking, by the way. There's a product, like kuna wine, nimeona hivi, like ini wine made from tomatoes. And it does not taste ati like tomatoes. Ayonji nyanya, by the way. Unasema zi? No, what makes you think that grape wine is good? You've tasted it. Is it because you found it and you found it accepted? Is that the reason? Think about it. Is it because you found people drinking wine made from grapes and you're like, now that's how wine should be?
No. I like wine because I like it.
No, not liking, but why do you think tomato wine is not acceptable? If you like wine, then why are you discriminating wine made from tomato?
I really don't like tomatoes. I don't like tomatoes.
But what if it does not taste like tomatoes?
Chances are it
What if I gave you without telling you it's made from tomatoes?
it would taste weird.
How sure are you?
I don't like tomatoes.
Premeditation. I think don't you think it's a bit of bias? Like you don't, this is wine. Someone has come and said, what's your name? Christine. I brought you, I came to visit you, I've come with some wine and you don't know it's made from tomatoes. And you guys pop and enjoy Netflix and wine. You didn't know it's from tomatoes. You drank it, you enjoyed it. And then she tells you, but then unajua wine tumekunywa ni ya nyanya.
I don't know if I would look at you in the face for some time. Well, okay, there's a small chance that it's a bias.
A small chance.
Yeah.
But you agree the chance is there.
Yeah, it is there.
Do you guys see the chance? Like, you agree it's there? Yeah? Because that's not your reality. You can't imagine a world where wine is made from tomatoes. But this person is looking at farmers and they are going at post-harvest losses. Because maybe, like the way sometime this year and late last year, farmers were told, pandeni cabbage, itakuwa na pesa. Kenya mzima wakapanda cabbage. Nikwambie, wakulima wa ng'ombe walikuwa wamefurahi aje. Cabbage ilikuwa 5.5 na mtu anakuambia please waishe. Nunua na hiyo 5 nisitupe. My mother was a victim. Umeikosa market unaenda kuuza unaamua tu wacha nende nisimame hivi pale Ruaka nifungue gari nirushe cabbage hapo. Maybe watu watapita wakinunua. Mtu mmoja tu ndiye alinunua. Alirudi home na cabbage zake. It happened to my friend in Meru at the same time. So yeah, you look at problems in society and you start thinking, how can I solve this? Like when I saw my friend has gone through the same problem, my mom has gone through the same problem, then I asked myself, who else? And I can imagine there are so many people who probably lost their cabbage, right? But yeah, like let me tell you, when I say guys are radical, they are radical. Do you know Ekonasi? How many of us know Joka Joke, the people who sell leather? Si mnaonanga vile hiyo leather yake iko na pesa like hiyo bag yake penye nimefika kwa life siwezi afford. Kini soon. Do you see how expensive his products are? I've forgotten his name. What's his name? Josiah. Ted Josiah. Yeah. Do you see how expensive his products are? Believe it or not. Where those entrepreneurs are, the person who sells Ted his leather goes by the name Olivia. And where is she making the leather from? Pineapples. Pineapples. She is, I know, even me, I'm just like, how? Pineapple ikishatwa maganda ni kwa dustbin. So how did this person come to a place where they stopped seeing pineapple iyo ngozi as waste na wakaanza kuiona as leather? Do you see what I'm talking about? Radical. And for you to get radical, umesoma, ukangi tu hivi ukiwatch TikTok siku mzima, my dears. ni kusoma. You engage with so many. And kusoma sio kitabu peke. Sisemi ukae kwa laptop uende ukasome WebMD ati sasa unasoma journal ya 2000 pages. No. Interact with people. When I sit with James like this, I don't see James as someone who cannot teach me anything. Simuoni hivi nasema, uyo sio wa mimi niko hapa yako. No, that's not how you see people. If let's say, for example, this person who sells tomatoes, maybe she just interacted with someone mwenye akamwambia, you know, in this area of ours called Jewel Town, all we do is grow tomatoes. Na hizi tomatoes, sahi demand haiko juu, watu hawana pesa, so farmers are throwing away. Akajiuliza, what can I do? But if she had never met that person who told her that, maybe hangefikiria, sindo? So I'm just saying, you need to be very radical. Niwashtue na ingine? There's also someone making biodegradable plastic from cassava. Cassava. Yani, anaweza kaa hivi, waunde kiti kama hii. Na ila siku kiti itavunjika, wataitupa kwa shamba. Ama hata ikitupwa kwa lori ya takataka, itadecompose. How did these people get to such positions? Now, Nzambi is a Kenyan. Take your phone, follow her company. It's called Jijenge. In fact, visit it. She told me it's open to visit. Inda. You know, follow Ekonasi. Ask, can I visit? Can I have a conversation with you? You know, just try to understand how these people think. Lennox is always everywhere. Talk to these people. Ask them, how do you get to such places? Because mtakuwa tu hapo, mna attend meeting ya climate na mtu, kumbe yeye anatengeneza kampuni kwa hizi talks zote mnaenda. Alafu, in 10 years, the difference between you and that person will be big. I'm not even going to lie. Utakuwa unafanya hesabu ya, naweza afford CX5. Sayo, watoto wake wote, wanapelekwa shule na TX. Why? Because they put in the work. You cannot afford to be lazy, right? So even as you start saying, as we keep saying, we want to make money, we have to ask ourselves, how? How are you going to make money? Na sisemi mfanye wash. Sisemi muibie wazungu pesa. Nasema mtumie akili. Sindo? See, that's why we went to school. Be curious. And be uncomfortable. Usisema umefika. Learn something new. Even help other people solve their own problems as well. Right now, I know there are so many opportunities in AI because AI governance is a big issue in Africa especially. Because first of all, there is tech injustice. It's a very big gap. There's a very big possibility that Africa could be colonized again because of AI, right? Because all the infrastructure belongs to the West, and AI is becoming such a big thing. So go, sai vile nimemention, andika kwa notes yako, uende uangalie ni cost gani inaweza fanya nijue what AI is. Unajua watu wengi ukisikia AI unafikiranga tu ChatGPT. But AI is not ChatGPT. It's such a broad field. Be interested. So, yeah. So we have to keep asking ourselves. Whenever you see a business anywhere, you know, but the only way you can make money in this world through business is by solving a problem, right? For example, let's look at Manu Chandaria. Uyo msesi yendo on our Bitco. Bitco ina produce products ngapi? Exactly, because when he started, he was like, there is nothing in the Kenyan market. Awana mafuta, awana sabuni, awana sponge ya vyombo. How can I make these things available? He was solving a problem. And when you look at his products, hizo sio vitu za 5K ati 3K ati nini, but he's bought something that everyone needs and everyone must use. Mnaelewa? everyone must use it. That's what he's done. Bought something that everyone needs and everyone must use. So, ukika hivyo najiuliza, what nini solve a problem. And then finally, we have to shift our minds to see ourselves as architects. Like everywhere you go, see yourself as a builder. Like see yourself as an architect. And the thing with an architect, umeiona like wase wa mjengo, wanaweza jenga waone hii haikai smart, na wabomoe, na wafanye tena. Si ni yako. Kwani kuna mtu atakuchapa? Hakuna, ni yako. Na saa ingine hata unajenga in secret. Sitaki njerea one, atanichekelea. Sitaki Perpetua akwe hapo akiona kenye mimi natengeneza. So just build and become an architect. But at the same time, I want you guys to be bold. Like be bold, be audacious. Like think of things that your mind cannot. Like things you think, enye hata mimi hapo nimeji. Unakaa hivi unajicheka, but you tell yourself, ipo siku. Be bold. Like, ask for things. Closed mouths don't get fed. Yeah, be bold wherever you go. Like, sometimes, let me tell you, mi ni hustler. Hata mkiniona hivi mi ni hustler. And sometimes, like, young people will come, people who are most times younger than me. Ananiona nime make it. Anakuja niambia, Jewel, by the way, what can I do? Like, where can I get a job? Nini. Mi namwangalia tu hivi nasema, walai ungejua shida zangu. But I never ever think of those people as, I never laugh because I'm like, the courage it took this person to come and ask is a lot of courage. It's not small. It took them a lot of courage. Alafu namwambia ukweli, alafu namwambia tuende tuulize sasa tukiwa wawili. Chana kuonyesha pe tutaenda kuuliza. So just be bold. Ask. Like ask. Usisikia aibu. At the end of the day, there's no marking scheme for life. Hakuna pali tunarankiwa. And most times, the things we think people think about us only exist in our heads. Like you can best believe, nikienda hapa, hakuna mtu atabaki hapa akisema, walai Jewel, sijui nini. No, see, the day will move on. Like, most times people don't spend their time thinking about you. But the fallacy in our heads is that people are thinking about us. No one is thinking about you. So you just live your life and be bold and be audacious. Secondly, be disciplined. You could have all these things, but if you're not disciplined, you will lose it all. When I was talking to Nzambi, she said that before she made her first brick, yani ya kwanza hivi, it took her 9 months. And every weekend, without fail, she would go to the factory where she was testing her product to submit something new. Do you know what it takes to do something for 9 months every week? Every week. It's because you have a vision, right? Like, you know this can be done. You have a vision and you've seen it. It's because you have a vision. So, discipline. If you say you will do something, make sure you do it. And most times, we are actually our own enemies. If you can keep a promise, if I can keep a promise with James, how much more do I need to keep a promise I made to myself? Just because there's no one who's going to police me doesn't mean I'm not important. So love yourselves and make your priorities, ziko juu. Discipline. Thirdly, imagination. Like, don't see things in rigidity and as fixed. Just see something as evolving. Right? Yeah. So just see things as evolving. Don't ever see anything as rigid. Think of anything you can think of. How do you see like how farmers... Okay, let me shock you guys. Not shock, maybe some of you know it. I learned from a certain farmer that he runs a business. His farm is 500 acres. It's in Kitale. And he was telling me for his business to make sense, he has to think about every little thing, including the time it takes to harvest. Because the time it takes to harvest is equals to the money he's going to pay laborers, right? So if I want something to be harvested in 4 days, I have to make sure it's harvested in 4 days. And then he realized something. Hii mahindi ya Kenya, ndio watu wachune, lazima wainue mkono, because mahindi ina grow so tall. Then he went all the way to, I think it was Ireland, somewhere in like Europe. I don't remember the country. He went there, and then he had just gone for a visit. And then he discovered, actually, you can bioengineer a seed to grow a certain height. And then he asked questions, until he realized that those seeds are now available in Africa, but he has to go, I think it was to Zambia or Rwanda, one of the two. He went and got those seeds, and that's what he plants henceforth. And he tracked it for a whole year and realized he had saved himself over 2 months of labor just by planting maize whose height is equivalent to the average height of a person. And he used the height of a woman because most of the people who do shamba work are women. Can't you say this person is intentional, right? Anakaa hivi anasema, I have to do, like, who could have imagined ati ukipanda mahindi unafikiria kuhusu hiyo mahindi itamea ifike wapi? You know, yeah, so just don't ever think about anything in boxes. Think about things as rivers. Like, things are just flowing and moving. And finally, we are living in a time where one hand is holding a hose to quell fire, and the other hand is trying to build a future for ourselves. I don't have the answer for this, but I think this is a unique position to be in. So ask yourself, like, in that scenario of trying to hold, to kuzima moto na kujenga, what can you do? Like, what can you do? So don't criticize a system without doing anything, because at the end of the day, you have a choice. Either ujenge ama uziku. Like, the system will either bury us, or we are going to rebuild it. And most importantly, don't forget, be entrepreneurs. Yeah, so that's it from me, guys. Happy International Youth Day.
I love how engaging she was and how I've learned that, okay, I don't want to say the only thing I've heard is about the wine from Nyanyas, but that was quite empowering. The biggest message we get from that keynote is that we don't only criticize systems, but we build as we critique. So as we say, we feel like we are unheard. What is this that we can do to get our voices out there, right? So we are going to take a brief health break, really brief one. It's actually a water break. We're just going to give you water as I welcome our panelists on stage. So I think the team on ground, maybe Dylan and Wangeshi, you could facilitate us to get water, right? So juu ya time, najua si tulianza kama tumechelewa. So we're going to go on. Maji itakuja, itakupata tu mahali uko. So I would want us to give a hearty clap to our keynote address, Miss Jewel. Pokea makofi yetu tafadhali. Thank you so much. And now we move into our panel session. We're going to have a brief panel with our partners just to get a topic going here and there. Alafu tuone vile hiyo programming ingine itakaa, si ndio? I am going to take this opportunity to welcome some of our partners to the panel, and you will take a seat from here all the way to the end. Is that okay? All right. So we start off with our favorites for the day. All of you are our favorites, but we start at the very top. We start with Article 19. Thank you so much for coming aboard. Miss Catherine, you're welcome to the panel. Our vocal podcast, my favorite podcast actually. Samezana Delvins, welcome to the stage. then we get a bit serious. See, tumesema we build as we critique, eh? So one of our partners here is very good with the systems thinking. Welcome, Ms. Perpetua from SAIDS. Finally, we have our art rising, our heartbeats. What do I call you? You guys are fancy. Karibu sana Kili from Power 254. Then kwa sababu tuko ground, lazima mambo ya ground ingiane, si ndio? Karibu sana Madam Sharon from Silo. Then Miss Jewel will come back on stage again. Karibu, karibu. Karibuni sana, makofi tena for our panelists. I have decided to stand here so that this is going to be a brief one, eh? So I would love for each one of you to briefly introduce yourselves, who you are, what you do, what your organization does, why you're here today, you know. And yeah, give us a fun fact about yourself while at that.
Good afternoon. As mentioned, my name is Catherine Bui. I come from Article 19. Most of us will look at the Constitution, but we are looking at the international level, so the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 19. And we focus on freedom of expression, access to information, and protection of civic space. So I am an advocate focusing on civic space, and I am here because as an institution, as a civil society fraternity, we believe in young people, and we are here to build partnerships. Thank you.
Hey, y'all can clap for her. Yeah, claps are always transitional. Anyway, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Devlins Jeremiah Mo. I am a podcaster as well as a youth leader. And I come from a movement, a youth movement and a podcast called Semezana. Semezana basically is a space and a digital platform for young people to have conversations for change, where we tailor our things in 4 pillars: the governance space, gender equality space, quality education, and climate action space. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Perpetua Mudhoni, and I'm a development economist and systems thinking practitioner and trainer. We'll get into that a bit later. I co-lead an organization known as SAIDS, in full, that Systems Acumen for Youth-Led Development Solutions. I know it's a mouthful, but our work is to equip young people with the skills to be able to handle the complex social problems in our communities, in the nation, so that we can develop solutions for some of these problems. And so we train young people in Nairobi, Kisumu, and Siaya, and also work with them to understand the public policy space and how they can engage in it. Happy to be here.
Good afternoon. My name is Kili Kibet from Power 254, working there as a program officer. And Power 254, we use activism, and that is art and activism to call for a push for social change in our society. We work with and for the youth, especially in the urban areas as well as the rural areas, because art has a power of reaching out to the hearts of the people. So we employ that useful power of art to bring social change. We have pillars in governance and human rights, activism and youth empowerment, among others. So I'm so happy to be here this afternoon to share with all of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharon Maruti. I'm from SS Africa Center. SS means Africa Center for Engendered Security. It's a non-governmental organization. We deal with human rights, peace, security, and gender. And at the moment, we have a program that is called Station Youth Liaison Officer, or you can call it Youth Desk. It started in the year 2020, the project. And I'm here to break a news to you that Kikuyu Police Station is the first in Mount Kenya to have a youth desk, whereby we've been having dialogues between the youths and the police, and it is the best performing police station. And together with me, the Station Youth Liaison Officer is there, who has been engaging with the youths. You know, vijana wa tunasema kwa grao hatusikizwi, but for us, we have that platform to listen to the youths. You know, we don't have an youth policing policy. That's why unatupata all the time tuko grau tunaandamana, because there is no policy that is governing us. At Africa Center for Engendered Security, we have piloted this program in 20 police stations at the moment. But in Kiambu County it started last year, but in Nairobi County it started in 2020, and we are really going on well with the program. On 29th, we did an evaluation in those police stations, and in Kikuyu Police Station was our police station number 17 to do the evaluation. And vijana, today I'm also representing the National Police Service. Msiogope. Police ni rafiki. You know, some of us, we have that trauma, but with time, itatoka. Asanteni.
Hi. Jerry didn't tell me I'm sitting here as who? I know, I'm joking. My name is Joel, as I said. Yeah, I had introduced myself. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to our panelists for introducing yourselves. Sound? Nisimame wapi? Ndio. Ama nikae tu hapa? Sawa. All right. So we are just going to be quite brief about this. I do not want us to take a lot of time because we need to move the program along. Sindio. So we're going to jump into it. I love something that that Sharon mentioned. She said, "Polisi ni rafiki." a funny one, but we are trying to move in the right direction, right? Right. So we're going to start with our first question, and I'm going to throw this to Sharon. Now, what are the biggest misconceptions that the older generation has about the youth, or rather the Gen Z? And how can we break those misconceptions?
I hope mnanisikia. I don't like talking in the microphone, but today we'll try. Okay, the biggest misconception that let's say the millennials, that's how we normally call them, they have towards the youth is that they see us as troublemakers. They think that we are the biggest headache in the society, but none of them wants to sit down and listen to us. None of them wants to guide us. Wao wanasema sisi ni wajanja. So I think, but with time, with this program, and us as youths, we know what we want. And at the end of the day, if no one is listening to us, that is when we do things the way we do them. But we want to remove that misconception of us being the headache. At least someone should listen to us. Yeah, thank you.
To move that along, our generation has more often, especially after the 2024 Maandamano, been termed as a disruptive generation. Now, Devlins, what would you say about that? Then how does that help us or rather, how does that mar our interactions with governance? The whole notion about being the disruptive generation, and how do we go beyond that? Because we want to go beyond it.
All right, thank you so much for that question. Actually, I'll say out of the recent events that came out of this generation's disruptive behavior, especially in the political engagement space, is also when Semezana got born, where we found, apart from us going to the streets and being termed as problematic by the older generation, what else could we do more? And so now, looking at how disruptive we've been, I'll say something that the older generation was not used to begin with, simply because it's a generation that did not have access to information. It did not bother so much in reading and understanding the Constitution or even the policies that govern them, as well as the leadership structure. But now with the current generation, it has been able to understand, wow, Article 37 of our Constitution says this. Chapter 7 of our Constitution denotes A, B, C, D. The sovereignty of the people looks like this. And then going ahead to putting that into practice. May it be meaningful demonstrations. Because looking at what happened in June 25th, we saw our young people go to the streets last year and this year, advocating for change, advocating for good governance, and with that has been translated to seeing proper reforms that we are now currently seeing. Deliberately, our government has been able to take it up and engage the youth meaningfully. And even as I conclude, looking at this year's theme and us trying to allude to youth participation in the governance space, we are confident to say that now young people are getting more engaged. It's no longer having us as numbers in those boardrooms just to fill in the form that youths were engaged, but we are informing policies and also taking it to our communities like we've convened here today. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And now we get into the heartbeat of our conversation, which is on intergenerational dialogue. Catherine, do you believe that there is essence in creating space and room for intergenerational dialogue to facilitate social change and development in our country?
I believe it will be the saving grace that we need, that we are constantly learning from each other. He's mentioned just the last question of disruption. We were taught it's a bad word, but we need to embrace it as a progressive word. And that I am learning, I am middle-aged, if that's a word. I have my elders still in the profession, still in civil society, but I also have the young people coming. I am not a Gen Z. So I am learning to learn from both worlds, and I am realizing the more we learn, the better we are, and the less mistakes we make. Because we are both making assumptions either way. We think they know this, we think they did this, we think they believe this, but until we interact and we communicate, then we'll be better. Otherwise, we'll be making the same mistakes over again.
So it is important for us to create spaces for intergenerational dialogue, right? Now, Kili, what role do you believe the older generation plays? Or rather, what should they do in supporting the youth?
Thank you very much. And I think that's a very great question, building on what my colleagues have said. Number one, I think the older generation should create spaces for the youth and of course, use their experience to merge with now the innovation of the youth, because the older generations could not be much innovative as we are as the youth. So we can merge the two to ensure that we have a correlation or a working space for all of us. Number two is that the older generations could as well create opportunities for entrepreneurship for the youth. You remember Joel mentioned about us supposed to be entrepreneur. And I mean by that is have this older generation, because they have resources, support now the initiatives of the youth. For example, Semezana, Kenya ni Mimi, all these initiatives that are being built by the youth should be supported by the older generations to ensure that we push for policy change, we push for entrepreneurship, we push for employment. Because one of the major issues affecting the youth is employment and unemployment. So how do we move from unemployment to now generating income or having livelihoods for the young people? By building the systems, building opportunities or creating these opportunities, and this can be done by the older generations. Yes, thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for those remarks, Kili. Now, on to Perpetua, we have, or rather, Kili, your colleague, has mentioned issues like unemployment. So what role do you think intergenerational collaboration can play in solving such societal issues?
That's a good question. I think what he said, there's value. You see this old saying, yeah, what a young person can see standing up, an old person can see sitting down. You know, I think as young people, we tend to think sindo tunajua, and I think it's such a trap. I have gotten into the habit of having conversations with older people, and what you get to learn. I was recently in such a conversation, and I went with so many notes in terms of the books they've read. They are the custodians of our culture. You know, some of these things that are being, for lack of a better word, whitewashed and brought back to us, sustainability. See, we used to learn it, was it social studies, GHC, depending on the era you are in, where we used to learn even like you'd plant hapa, the next year you move to the next place to give it time. That's now coming back as regenerative agriculture. So there's so much they know about our land, about how to do things in a sustainable way, for example, that we can benefit from. And as an example, the conversation I was in, one of those ladies was the daughter of, both her parents were in the Mau Mau. And so she's so well read on our economy, on the political systems. And she was talking about, I think in the 70s or 80s, the structural adjustment programs that were put in place by the IMF. So in 2024, were we not grappling with the IMF again? And so you tend to see that the more things change, the more they stay the same. And the people who have the institutional knowledge and wisdom, ni hawa watu wazee. So my plea, I think recently to young people has been, don't create this divide between us and the older generation. We can both learn so much from one another. There's innovation and tech and all these things that we have on our side, and there's so much more that they also have to offer us and can help us solve this unemployment, different issues. We have so many problems, but working together can really help us.
All right, thank you so much for that. Now, on to Jewel. We have said intergenerational dialogue is important, right? It would be instrumental in solving the crisis that we seem to be experiencing between the youth and governance in general. Now, how do we, the young people, reach out to those in the political class? How do we ensure, or what are the avenues through which we can have collaboration to facilitate this intergenerational dialogue to help solve these issues?
Specifically the political class.
Yeah.
Najaribu kuwafikia. I think that's a bit complex because we are dealing with people, and people operate based on their character. So there are those that can be reached, and there are those that cannot be reached, and there are those that are hard to reach. So I think, number one, shamelessly ask. But also realize that these spaces they exist in have protocols, and they have decorum. There's the way they talk. There's the way to approach them. For example, if you are approaching CS, the best way to get to them is through their PA. If you don't go through their PA, you will never get to you'll never get to a certain CS. That's an example. Another way is to engage with other young people who have access to them. For example, there's a lot of bashing towards people who are saying, and not to make this political, but young people don't to affiliate with other young people that are saying two-term, for example. But I think that's short-sighted because we are playing the long game, and everyone has their strategy, you know? So these people can give you access to these people, to the political class, for you to be able to at least pass the message, and also for if this, okay, when you talk about reach, I don't think reach is only physical. Reach can also come from a place of influence. For instance, if I spend a lot of time with Sharon, and so here is like our governor, and the two of you spend a lot of time, if I talk to her a lot, she might start influencing the things she says to you, you know? So influence also looks like that. You really don't always have to have direct access. Influence could be proximal. So try to at least reach to those people who are in the same circles. Another avenue is through established organizations. Civil society gives you credibility. The political class can never meet me as Jewel. They don't know me. They don't care who I am because they're people and they're busy and they have their own interests. But if I go to them as Kenyani Mimi or as Sides or as Article 19, they might listen because there is we can see some credibility behind these brands. So even as you build your organizations, know that you're building a brand and build it with a lot of clarity and vision. Don't be short-sighted. Don't make some public statements that could make you not be able to reach these people. Because the truth is, changing systems from outside is very hard. You need to be in the room for you to be able to say, as Joel, this is what I see and this is what I want. So these people, you need to be in their circles. So even as you make statements, as you appear publicly, make sure that does not compromise your access to these people. Yeah, and also sometimes I see people tagging them on X and passing across the message. That is also access. Because you see, at the end of the day, this person has read your message. Sometimes they'll even maybe repost what you've shared. But the thing is, they've seen. And if all of us here do that and tell the person, this is what we want, they'll see, and we've passed our message. So I think reach is very multifaceted. But now, we also exist in a time where social media, actually the theme of this year's International Youth, Najua theme? What's the theme? What's the theme for this year's International Youth Day? I think the theme is from clicks to progress. Like we exist pali tunataka, like I was with Sharon, I want to post, and then they can see I was with Sharon, but I did nothing useful when I was with Sharon, you know? So, make it, don't only aim to meet these people physically. Reach is very multifaceted. Write papers, you know? Push for your paper to reach these people. Yeah? So I think reach is multifaceted. We shouldn't only aim for the physical reach. That way we can have dialogue. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that enlightening comment. Back to Sharon. How do we ensure that youth participation, now that Jewel has shown us how to access those who are in governance, how do we make sure that our participation in governance processes is meaningful as youth? Do you get what I mean? Okay, yes.
Okay, for us to make that participation to be useful, first of all, I think the way Joel has talked about reach, I think we should, first of all, target the youth leaders, first thing, because these youth leaders have influence, and as youths also, we are more influential. So if you get a youth leader to at least mobilize for you some youth so that you can have a talk with them, it's easier. Unlike when you go to the ground yourself to reach to the youths, it will be a bit challenging, because as for us, sometimes we face some challenges. My friend, I haven't gotten your name, but Cheryl, we face some challenges in getting to the youths. The way Joel has talked about the dialogue, you know, having a dialogue is so important, because in that dialogue is whereby people open up. And police are there in civilian. They don't know if police are there. People open up. At the end of the day, they have that good relationship. They have their challenges. But now, the problem is to get those youths to sit there. You have to assure them that there is security, there is no victimization. We give them the list to sign so that if anyone is victimized or if anyone is captured in that event, we come there to their rescue. And it's so hard to talk to them because some of them will say, umekuja kutu investigate. So you want to, unataka tuende tugongeshe kichwa kwa ukuta tukufe. That's what they normally say. So sometimes it becomes more challenging to make them understand how important this dialogue is. And most of them, when you talk about criminal activities, they normally say, if we stop crime, what will we do? The way my brother here talked about unemployment. So you have to assure them, blah, blah, blah. And you can't promise them, kesho nitakupea kazi. You can't do that. So you have to reach first to the youth leaders so that you can get that opportunity to reach to more youths because most of them, they want incentives, they want money. And as for us, we are being sponsored by the Australian government and sometimes it's not that possible to give everyone money because we want this thing to be ours. We want to own it so that for it to be the culture of police, for police structure to have that dialogue, the way kuna zile niniza chiefs, the barazas, we want it to be normal so that, because I know some people here didn't know about the dialogues, they didn't know these dialogues are ongoing. So when we get to the youth leaders and at least mobilize the youths and talk to them, and also it's not about going to the ground only. Most of us, we are online. How will we get to them? Yeah.
So much for walking us through that. Now, to all my panelists, your last question is this. If you had the power to either curate or implement one policy to strengthen youth leadership and youth participation in governance, what would that be? But before we answer that, Devlin, how can we make youth participation seem like an investment? How do we ensure that youth participation in governance is seen as an investment and not a cost? Like when programs are being curated at all levels of governance, how do we make those who govern us to see that our involvement as young people is not a cost, rather it is an investment?
Basically, I'll say that is for them, number one, seeing it not as a burden. Because essentially, when it comes to us having dialogues and even participating actively, I think after the last year's demonstration when the president came to have an X space with us young people, it was the only platform he could be able to convene us and be able to semezana with us. Because looking at the traditional way of participation for young people, it's always the MP coming to our constituents and saying, nitafutie vijana 100 tupatane kwa chief tuongee. But also, in the moment they come to that baraza, the chief's post, he will actually sell his idea, steer wheel the conversation as the MP, and at the end of the day, give them a reimbursement form to sign. MP so-and-so has given us 100 shillings. But now the new form of dialogue and youth participation, it has come out so strong, not only in dialogues, but also young people wanting to actively be in those spaces. If my senator is in the Senate, what can I do to visit him in his office? It's no longer for us to wait for him to come to the village once in a month and be able to converse with us. So for us to move from seeing youth participation from a burden or a cost to it being an investment is, number one, simplifying the way you are engaging with young people for them to be able to actively participate in the different reforms that are in place. Number one, social media. I think our government has now, I saw a recent article written by the Ministry of the Youth, and it was saying now one of the ways for them to get information to inform policy is social media, X to be specific, and TikTok, because those are the weapons that we used in the demos last year. So number one, simplifying the channels to reach out to young people. Two, also removing the systemic barriers of young people to engage. Because at times, as you've heard, for you to engage with the CS, you have to pass through the PA. PA akiamua kukufungia baraka, what do? It's a wrap for you. So yeah, so also simplifying that if I want to see the CS, I'll just need to write a letter A, B, C, D to this point. If I need to write a paper to Senate for them to put it as a bill for the House that is affecting my county, this is a channel to get to the Senate. So that bit of bureaucracy needs to be eliminated. That way, I think young people and many more, which we can't finish. But by those two majorly, especially in the context of Kenya, once they've been able to be simplified for young people, I think it will be easy to engage with them. I'll conclude by saying why. For me, as a young person, speaking as Devlins, I number one hate process. Me, the moment I'll need to go to 8 offices to complete something, it's a wrap. Eri tu ikae, yeah. But the moment it's simple, I only know it's 3 steps, it's simple, it won't stall in my chief's office, juu sijatoa ongo for me to be able to be heard, then I'll be able to engage and I will own the initiative. So also simplifying it creates ownership by the young people to embrace the new ways of participating. Thank you.
Umeongea story ya bureaucracy nikakumbuka. Tukipanga hii event. Semeni we. But anyway, thank you for that comment. Now, I am waiting for your closing remarks, and I want to make this example a little bit more practical for you. Now, regardless of whatever county you come from, if you are the governor of that county, right, what is that one policy or program that you would pass to strengthen youth leadership and youth participation in your county?
Let me start. I will continue preaching dialogue. As we call it, Kikao Salama. I will continue preaching dialogue because that is the only way we can bridge the gap between us and the government in general. That's how we can bridge the gap between us and the police. At the moment, a lot of people are crying. Some people have not healed from the past mandamano. We are really crying, even if we were not affected directly. But when you have those dialogues, everything will be okay. I'm talking from experience because, let me give an example for an area. Like we were in Githurai. We had our first dialogue in Githurai last year, September. I remember it was 22nd. Then we told the youths, we have a dialogue between you and the police. They told us, what are you doing here with the police? Tokeni hapa, enda ambia Ombanga, we don't want them. We don't want anything to do with the police, they are bad people. But no one talks about the story of those good police officers. They are officers who are purely good. So we should not listen to and focus on the bad ones. So that you told us, enda uambie polisi, we don't want them. They don't call them polisi, by the way. Unajua uko tunaongeanga sheng. They call them, mpanga. Ile sheng hata nikashanga kwani mbanga tulifika uko lini. I thought we were in Masanze. They told us we don't want anything to do with the police. And imagine, there were 3 officers there in civilian. Yeah, they didn't know they were police because they are youths. Ukiangalia ule musa utadhani ule ni polisi hapo. You won't notice if he's a police officer. So they told us that we don't want anything to do with the police. But the moment we had that dialogue, it was supposed to be 2 hours. It started at 2, it ended at 7 p.m. in the evening. But at the end of the day, the relationship was made. Those youths who had bad blood with the police, they made their relationship. And the following day, huyo mwenye alisema Mbanga ni mbaya is the one who went to the OCPD. The following day, the OCPD called us. Kuna kijana amefika hapa anasema mlikuwa na dialogue, blah, blah, blah. Then they made the relationship. They are the ones who normally call us for those dialogues. If I were an Nere MP, I will focus on dialogue. Na pia nitasikiza ground. Yeah.
For me to also hand over the mic, I'll say what I will do if I was in a position of influence, which I already am from the position of a youth leader. I will put young people in spaces that they already qualify for. For example, the MP constituents seats. We've always known them for men with big tummies, already in their 50s. So it's a retirement plan. Same to MCAs when they came. It looked like it's a retirement plan. Mtu anafanya Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Water, then 2022 ndo anakuja kucampaign akiretire in his 60s. So what I will do when I am in a place of influence, number one, I'll put young people in spaces that they already qualify for, but there are people already occupying them. Yes.
I'll also go and say one key policy that I think I'll implement as the governor. She had already mentioned that I'll be a governor now. Is a robust redress and feedback mechanism. Because what young people or us as the young people lack is feedback. When we give our views, we don't get normally feedback. We don't get to understand how our views or the policies that we pushed for, how they were taken in or not taken in, and what were the reasons. Because that way will build now that relationship between right holders and duty bearers in that case, because there will be that smooth communication channel that we hear everybody. And by that, tutasikiza ground as well. And everybody, even the youth, will also get to understand from the point of the leadership how these things are going or how things are done, and they will be able now to curate or do things differently or the way it should be. Si kupigana or go to the streets or whatnot, but they will have a way that, unajua ukisikizwa, there is an easier way ama utatulia, because you know this other person or the other side also listens to me, because they're giving me feedback from what I'm presenting, as well as how they're getting what we are saying as the young people. So for me, I think the first thing would be that robust redress and feedback mechanism that would allow that direct channel of communication going to and back. Thank you.
I would focus on public participation, and not just forums, but understanding that public participation has three main elements. There's the first part of access to information and civic education. What do you know about what you know, and how did you know? Well, how did you get that information? Because if I'm a politician, I will tell you my script. If I am a business person, I will tell you my script. So how do you know what you know? How much information do we have concerning anything generally? But then the second part is looking at how do we make sure everyone is present when the conversation is happening, when the decisions are being made. So that it's not rumors of rumors, what do you say, broken telephone, nilisikia, niliambiwa, like there's someone who communicated or translated it. So are you in the conversation? Are the key people being involved? Are the key people being intentionally targeted as young people, as persons with disability, as marginalized communities, as people who are affected but don't even have a voice? Because in Nairobi we can speak, I can hold the mic and he can hold the mic. In some communities, I can't speak in his presence. So how do we be intentional in involving everyone? And the last part is what has been said on feedback. Whatever I said, did it make a difference in your decision? Or was I just ticking a box, receiving allowance and going home? Yeah.
I come from Nairobi County, so I'll start there. There's an understanding that the things we want the people in government to do, they almost don't have an incentive to do it. So I'll start with that as the qualifying idea. But that being said, as a governor, I think there's an element of education, strong education. I know education is not a devolved function in terms of the curriculum and all these things. They're not handled at the county level. But there are ways, I think at the county level, we can infuse some elements of civic education into our education systems. And it doesn't matter the level, primary, secondary. I've sat with kids who are 11, And they know so much. They're so bright. Like, if we have a way to capture them even from that age and help them understand what are the structures in place to make sure that they're engaging with their government. Most of us might not even know all our counties have the county development plans that are renewed every 5 years, that have the objectives, the thematic areas. They have annual development plans, and they're supposed to engage with communities, to hear from the community, but it's hard for us to engage in a system that we don't know about. And so I think priorities for those in governance or in those spaces is not only to create the structures, but to make sure that people know about the structures and know how to engage, both from a rights perspective and from a duty perspective, because as citizens, we have the duty to engage with our governance systems. So I think there's an element of doing, like, pushing a policy that might not fully serve the current governance structures. I know it's a bit of a loop, but I'm saying with that in mind because our current systems, they're incentivized to make sure that you don't know. You can't keep them accountable if you don't know. Kwani wamenisikia wakanizimia mic. So yeah, I think as a government, like, we have to do things differently, and we have seen examples of this. People who, like Kivuta Kibwana in Makueni, who really would sit with the people and try to understand what their priorities are. The system worked against him a little bit, a lot, but yeah, let me just end it there.
I find this question very difficult because when I look at everything we are talking about, in theory and in, like, even in reality, all these things exist. The biggest problem we are facing is implementation. We have positions that are reserved for young people. We have quotas, like we have, and they know, like, these things are there and they know, you know? Like, there's nothing new we can sit here as a panel and say this does not exist. It will always be directed to something else, you know? So I think implementation is our biggest weakness. So I'm not really answering your question, but I think implementation is our biggest weakness. So from where I sit, I think the question we should be asking is, like, what are we failing in accountability, or what are the barriers to accountability and transparency for us to be able to access these spaces and participate meaningfully? What are these barriers that we are having? And now I think that's why, again, she said it's a loop. We come back to, we know, so we know there are barriers, so we protest to try to break these barriers. So when I think about it, it's a very deep systemic issue, and we said we are building. We are going to be architects, one day at a time. The how, I think one of the things we can do as young people is to stop. You know, one of the things that aches me in government, and in especially county governments, even governments generally, development agendas are never followed. Everyone comes, they have their own agenda. Like, anataka afanye ka project kake, aseme, niliwajengea reli, nikajenga spyway, mwingine akajenga Thika spyway, kuna mwenye sijui amefanya nini. But, you know, like, everyone, there is no consecutive progress. We can sit and say, from like 2000 to 2025, it's been like, we can see systemic progress. Yes, it's there, but it's broken. We are living in survival. So I think one of the things now is to try and run for office ourselves, to be very honest, and to try to not play by their rules. It's very hard because to get access to these spaces, again, it's a loop. You need to play by their books. And then by the time you're playing by their books and getting there, usha chafuka or beyond recognition. We don't even recognize who Njeri is anymore. Njeri is now also has joined the system. So that's something, it's a hard question. But what policy I would bring is I think I'd include children at a certain age in, like, their voices should be able to participate in governance. If there are countries where a child can drive a car at 16, you know? These children are sitting for Chem paper 2. These kids are smart. They can definitely say, Sharon is fit for presidency, and Jerry is not, you know? So I think that's what I'd change. I'd include the voices of children because they will inherit. They're the ones who will inherit the greatest consequences of our actions.
Well, those are such powerful answers. And before I break you apart, I would love to add that, not to add, but rather to answer the question that I also asked. If I did happen to be in such a position, right now, understanding the demographic shift that we've witnessed, right? The chaos between our generations and all that. At this particular moment, I would choose to be youth responsive. Youth responsive in the sense that I can see, or we can all see, the biggest proportion of the population. What age is that in? Now, how do you make space for these people in your policies, in your programs? How do I become intentional? You know, there's also that aspect of being intentional, because like Jewel said, and all of you gave your remarks on, those positions exist. There is documentation about youth representation in every assembly that exists in this country, but is that actually implemented? Like we said, are our seats being occupied by other people who are already in their retirement years, right? I would choose to be intentional about the young people. Now, onto our audience. Do you have any questions? Ooh, yes.
Am I okay when I stand here? Where is the best place for me to stand? Here. Okay. So my name is Betty Kimani. I am a community advocate. I am also a human rights defender. I'm also a county budget champion. And I'm also, I have so many titles. I don't know, I think I can drop the rest for now. So I have very major concerns about the Constitution in general. And I think one of the things that we should be talking about right now is that we need a national recommitment to the vision of the 2010 Constitution. If you go to Article 1 of the Constitution, it says all power belongs to the people of Kenya, and it can be exercised directly or indirectly through the democratically elected leaders. But that article is somehow a decorative article in the Constitution, because when we call for public participation in this same hall that we call for, I'm one very consistent person in public participation. But you find that every time we bring our concerns, they are just written memos to just go and place somewhere to gain dust. They are never taken into consideration. And then something else that you ask about how to bring youth to the conversation. In Kiambu County, we do not even have a youth policy to start with. That is a huge gap, because where are our concerns? Who do we tell? What guides our concerns? So we have tried to bring the conversation to the office of the governor, the executive, but it has landed on deaf ears. The other concern is that when we are calling when we want youth to come and participate, you will find that there's an incentive that they are waiting for. And if it is not there, they are not coming. Who has destroyed youth? Who has destroyed our youth? The politicians. Why? Because every time they feel the people here, they will wait for them. They will wait to give them something at the end of the day. So when I call people for public participation and there's nothing they're gaining from it, they will not come. So then their voice is left unheard. The other concern that I have, somebody said about civic education. and I would have loved her to be here. I have a neighbor from my community. She's from Harvard University, but she has nothing she can give back to the community. Why? Because she went to Harvard University, she's very well educated, but she does not even know whose role water belongs to. She keeps complaining in the group that our MP is not working because of what, because of why. But water is a devolved unit. We need civic education. The only thing that can solve some of the problems that we have in this country is civic education. You will realize that civic education is not taught anywhere. So when we are in this dispensation of the new constitution, we have a civic duty and a civic responsibility that we need to play. But because devolution came with the new constitution, it did not teach us what is our role, what we need to do. And when I hear that we need to have an intergenerational dialogue, I need to know which generation. Because if you're talking about boomers, the only thing we can gain from them is culture, knowledge. Not anything to do with civic engagement. You know why? They have been engaged in the old constitution. The old constitution is gone. They are not aware of what was their role in the new constitution. So what are they teaching us? It is us to teach them. So there's nowhere we are going to have an intergenerational dialogue with those people that were there in the old constitution, because they don't even understand the new constitution. So it is the young people to be empowered to understand the new constitution, so that even as we play our civic duty and our civic role, we are basing it on what the constitution is telling us. Lastly, I had so many, I'm sorry. There's someone else who talked about feedback. I have been in this hall, like I said before, in public participations. Every time we come for CFSP, we are given, to start with, those people who even bring us those documents do not understand. The last time we were here during the CFSP public participation, they were telling us that we need to give our priorities. Something that we did when we were developing the County Integrated Development Plan and the ADP. So now when somebody who does not understand what the CFSP is, how do they even come to tell me? Am I the one who's supposed to be telling them? Am it is them who's supposed to be telling me? So we need people who understand these things in those offices. And one of the things that the government has failed is giving a hand. In Kikuyu we say, "Weshokia woko." Because you campaign for me, I need to place you somewhere. So I just look at where do you feel like you fit here. But you don't have that calling. You don't have that knowledge to run that department. So those people who are brought here by the government, I think they first need to go back to school to understand what they need to be bringing us. It is not us to be correcting them what they're supposed to be telling us. So when we came for that public participation on CFSP, we asked, what about the last CFSP? We needed feedback of the last CFSP we had, so that I can know. The priority project I had prioritized, 1, 2, and 3 were considered. 2, 3, 4, and 5 were not considered. Why? So that I can know in this CFSP, I'll start reprioritizing those that were not considered to start with, and then now I can continue. We need, like I said, we need a national recommitment to the vision, to the 2010 Constitution, the vision of the 2010 Constitution.
Thank you so much for those powerful comments. Are you stretching or are your hands up? They're up. Okay, we start at the back there. Oh, no, sorry. Yes, please.
It's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Priscilla Wanjiko. I'm from Limuru. I'm a youth leader. I serve in an organization referred to as Kiambu University and College Student Association. And I am also the vice chair, Limuru Scholars Association. So my remarks will be in regard of the youth leaders and what role we are playing in this conversation. So I'll start by saying we as the youths are our own enemies. And the reason I would say that, someone asked on how we can reach on these politicians, and I would say the number of politicians I have met, most of the PAs or most of the people they are working with are the youths. They are young people. Personally, I've even met a PA who is almost my age, but now they are the one creating barriers for us. You will want to meet a certain politician, but because the PA is a young person like you, he or she will not allow that. Reason being, they think when you go there to present whatever you are taking there, you will take her position or you will take his position. So what he will do, create a lot of barriers. The Mheshimiwa is not in, personally I'm not in, so Mheshimiwa is not in. And then I'm like, do I want to meet you or the Mheshimiwa? Like, so that is one of our problems. The next thing is, there is a phrase I like saying about representation is not participation. And participation is not engagement. And engagement is not action. The reason I say that is, sisi kama youth leaders, tunakuanga na proposal. We have ideas. We get to the leaders and we present the proposal. We present the ideas. But once you take a step, like umeenda hapo, represent your people, and then you want to be engaged, like you want to be in that conversation. Unaanza kuambiwa, wewe ni shareholder kwa hiyo serikali. Design tutakuwa naona na mheshimiwa wewe. Then you move from being engaged and then you want to participate, or you want to see the action. Like you meet this leader, unamwambia last time you were in your office, you said this and this and this, but none of it umefanya. So why are we moving on to another thing while we didn't do the things we said last time? Na kutoka hapo, huyo mheshimiwa umpigie simu tena, hata ichukua hiyo simu yako. From there, you two are enemies. Just because we wanted to see the action being done. Because I feel as the youth leaders, tuko kwa hiyo position ya, we just represent the people. You go there, I'm from this and this and this, from sijui where, I have come to say this and this, and then you go home. And you don't follow up, was there an action done to whatever I represented, or whatever I presented to it? I didn't have a question, just remarks. And then the last thing I would say is that I have found it so easy going as an organization or association, unlike going to a leader or another organization as Priscilla. So you find we come to the ground, tunaambia watu, kujeni, join our association, we will do this and this, but they won't support that. Just, I have been in a position where I work with certain people, but I can't say that in public. Reason being, I will be criticized, not because of what we are doing, but the people we are working with. And someone has said here that the older generation, they have the resources and they have the experiences. One of the things we do as an association is look for internships for our members. I don't have a company, so I can't give anyone internship. So when you work with people who have those positions, then you find that people are criticizing you. So me personally, I don't blame anyone because of the challenges we are facing as a country. I blame us. We don't support each other. This event here was published. So many people knew about it, but did they come? the conversation we are having today here would have educated so many people, but they didn't want to come. They just didn't want to come. So first, we blame ourselves. Then there is so much ignorance to us as the youth. And when we sort that, we can move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I see we have, let me see all the hands we have up. All right, okay. So, yes, let's try to be brief if we can. Thank you.
Simame wapi? Hapa iko sawa? Nitaongea Kiswahili, sipendangi kutumia Kiingereza sana. Kuna mtu asikii? Yeah, naitwa Marwa. Yeah, we've spoken about nataka kuongea Kiswahili vizuri. Kitu inatumiza sana ni ignorance. Si eti watu hawako educated, people are very civic educated. The youth, japata youth mjinga, they know the rights. But the problem ni, we are ignorant. Yeah, my friend knows everything. Mimi kwa nini sija work na organization, na siingi kwa organization, mnaanza na mtu mko na goal moja. Lakini akishapatana na wakubwa kieko hapa, anabadilika. Sijui kama mmeona hizo character. So ignorance kills us. And my youth ni wachache vile amesema we have to be paid ndio tukue sehemu because the MP have destroyed this. But there are few who are willing to work. Lakini the moment my sister kisha waona wanaweka hapa. Alafu polisi sio rafiki yako. Polisi ni rafiki yako juu anakujua. But the moment mimi nikiongea hivi hata najificha, me have been hiding. Mimi siko because once you're vocal, polisi ni rafiki yako juu mnawaka na yeye. Lakini polisi si rafiki ya mtu. I have many youths nimebari mimi because of being vocal. So I'm very silent hata nikiongea. The next thing, the problem we have, we and the older generation, the problem we have is wanakata ku accept. Naongea na bro yangu. They are wanakata. If you kama unaweza kumbuka the 2024 ile ya ku reject finance bill, tulienda X tukasema hatutaki. Mimi sina shamba, lakini finance bill ilikuwa ina state mtu mwenye akona shamba na katae kule. Mimi ilikuwa imenikasirisha juu mama ni wangapi wangepoteza shamba. So the older generation wanakata ku accept tuko na knowledge yenye tunawashinda. That is where the problem comes. And get me wrong, hatutawahi elewana na wao because bado wako na self denial, wanakata. And what we need us, mimi hata sitaki hata wakichukua waeke nani kwa kiti, sina shida. I have the problem with the way we are being governed. Why should people die? Alafu, we have a problem yenye tumekata kuongelea. Na bambika nikiona many people from different counties. We have a problem called tribalism. No matter how you talk, ulisema kurudisha mkono. I'll come to vie for an MP seat, yes. Call Njeri. Njeri will campaign for me. Njeri haja qualify kuwa minister of something. Ajui hata mambo na finance. But nitachukua nimweke hapo. That is why you can see people going to wanakihold mic wanasema mtadu. So after kusema mtadu, youths get provoked. And because they cannot speak, wataenda wapi? Kwa street. And that is where we don't get peace. I'm a very big advocate of peace, but we need to listen to the youths. Very much strong. Najua pia mimi nitazeeka, si kila siku tutakuwa youth, but we need to listen to the youths. Thank you. Naitwa Marwa.
Okay, how are you everyone? Okay, I'm Marvin John. Okay, I'm a script writer and a writer also, a director, and I'm also a poet. So I'm happy today to come to this function of the youth. It's our Youth International Day. And for me, I'll have to ask one question before I make my general comment to our panelists. Okay, the question is, number one, For me, I have no problem with the police. I'm a youth also, I'm 26 years, and the police are doing a good job of conducting peace. And believe me or not, whether you hate the police or you love them, they have an important duty, of which is a very hard duty. If you are police, you will know that. I'm not a police, but I'm not defending them. The police are doing the work. The problem we have here are the people called executive and judiciary. Why would I say this? Because the governors, the MPs, they are given money of the youth, corruption. Where is the money going to? We have money that the youths are being given by the government. Is it true or not? To support youth activities. So where do that money go to? In Kenya, the problem we are having is corruption. You know, our leaders are squandering money, just eating instead of doing development. Like, for example, there's someone who said, like, it's 60 years since we had the independence, or up to now, the time of independence up to now. What have Kenya done? Okay, we have gone levels, right? But for me, I'll ask everyone who is here in this conference, those years that we have received our independence up to this period now, our leaders, if we start with the first president of Kenya, highlight what you have done. I have built 5 stadiums, the first president of Kenya. The second one came. What did he do? He built, let me say, he built an international school. The third president, the fourth. So we are facing corruption. So that corruption is what even the youth should be fighting more than the police. Let me say, right now we are not striking. We are not striking now. So who has the police killed? Now, raise up your hand. If the police has killed you without any mistake, without doing anything. You know, sometimes you have to understand the police have a hard work. Even me as a youth, I feel very bad when people are condemning people who are actually protecting everyone. Take, for example, a foreign nation attackers. Who will defend you? Those people who are shouting and saying police, police. Who will defend you? A foreign nation attacks you, who will defend you? We have to work with the police. The police are not our enemies. Actually, there was that time of 2007 when there were post-violence elections. At that time, I was in Mathare. And for me, I was traveling. So I was caught up in that mess. I was very young. So imagine at that time when I was going home, I met there were 7 police and they were fully armed. And man, at that time, I just explained myself and I told them like this, and they gave me a lift up to home. So sometimes we, the youth, do not know how to talk to the police. When the police tells you to stand, or don't run away. Like, for example, you are smoking, bang, police comes, you run away. So what is that? So you see now how we are also sometimes as the youth, we have problems. So for me, problem is the executive and the judiciary, because the executive, they have money, so they know how to sort the judiciary. So we'll be talking, police. The police have no problem. Police does not have your money. So we are asking those people who are sitting on the executive, where does the money of the youth go to? Like for me, I'm a writer. Like even if me now, you give me a challenge, I could write even the best script. It's not that I'm saying, I've done it, I've gone into competition, I've taken #1 position, I've been the best director even in the Mombasa region. So I'm asking even me myself, where does the money of the youth go to? Then the last point I will make is this. And it's like a plea to our panelists and those who are here. We, the youth, are suffering out there because, #1, we have a conflict between the youth and the old. What is the conflict about? For me, wacha niseme hivi kwa Kikenya. Yani Kenya, mtoto ukimaliza tu hivi form 4, Mzazi sasa amemaliza kazi yake. Now you start hovering, unaenda tu kizunguka. Imagine hata nyinyi wazazi hamwezi kutusupport. Wakati umemaliza form 4 hata ushikilie mtoto mkono mpaka uone mtoto amefika mahali amesimama. You just leave the child aende huko kwa streets, yeye mwenyewe ajitafutie, then mtoto akienda huko aanze kufanya crime, mzazi anaanza kusema polisi ameua mtoto wangu. Wewe kwanza you have a responsibility of your child. Number one, jua mtoto wangu ako wapi, mtoto wangu ameenda wapi. Na tafadhali serikali, na hata nitawaambia, if I had this microphone I will even tell the president. Anaongea mingi, yeye anafaa tuambie saa hii, where does the money of the youth go to? Mimi hata sioni hizi events wakikuja hapa, kama for example hawa ma-artist wenye wamekuwa supported like even Willy Paul, tuko na kama Bahati, tuko na artist wengi Kenya. Bahati ni artist mgani? Tuseme tukiwa hapa, hata nyinyi wengine, which artist Bahati ameraise since aingie kwa music industry? Willy Paul, hata huyu Ruto, the one our president, who has he supported kuanzia ingie kwa hiyo kiti? They are not even changing lives of us youth. Hao chenye wanataka is using the police, and the police are given instructions. Ni ukweli ama si uongo? Police are under instructions. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi najua up to this position. So kitu wanafaa kufanya, tafadhali, they look for us. Sisi kama vijana tunaumia, employment opportunities, and the youth, we are demanding to know, where does our money go to? That's the question I'll have to. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Alvin Moreidi from Maseno University. I come from Meru County. And again, I'm an aspirant of Secretary General position and also Member of Parliament. Tell me why, for example, what my sister have said about the county development plan. As Alvin, I'm taking a course under public finance boot camp. Not so many youths know about this or about civic education. For example, like the Office of the Auditor General is independent. For example, you as a leader or as a student, you want to do maybe research. If you go there to the Office of the Auditor General and you want an audit report, you are requested, go and write a letter, either to that Auditor General, and you are supposed to be given for free. This puts the youth, maybe it can endanger the life of someone. Because, for example, the Auditor General, there's a youth here I've come looking for, maybe the audit report for South Imenti or another constituency. And again, something else I'm saying, the executive which is being put there in our Kenya Kwanza, those people who are putting the policies, for example, like the new funding model is not working, the SHA, these policies are not working. For example, me, I have a problem with this new funding model. Every day and now we are saying money for empowerment. Why can they not empower us on education? Education is one of the key factors in growing the economy of our country. And again, my other question, not that empowerment is bad. For example, like recently an event in Meru, a member of parliament spouse was distributing boxes and pants in the name of empowerment. And we have people, others who are distributing motorcycles, dryers. At least this can empower the youths, maybe to open their own salons or beauty parlors, something like that. So mine is to tell the youths here outside, I know many youths will be elected come 2027. Many youths are campaigning. So me, what I'm telling the youths, ni tujiamini na tujitume na kila kitu ni ground. And I believe in what my brother said, dialogue. As a student of international relations, I know what dialogue can bring is a very useful thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have the last question at the back there. Yes? All right.
Good afternoon. Sikuwa nataka kuuliza swali lakini wacha niongee kitu initoke kuhusu the previous speaker. I think as young people sometimes we are an enemy to ourselves. Why? Kuna mtu hapa ameongea kuhusu mambo ya ni kama anatetea askari instead of giving solution. And I believe that our good lady there, I think they are doing a very nice program of dialogues within the community and together with the police. But from my end, I think there is a lot of police brutality and there is abduction that is real. And definitely that one has to end. And that's why when I hear there is good dialogues between the community, there is good dialogue between also the police, I think that's a way to go. Instead of our friend kukaa ni kama anatetea nini, ni kama anatetea polisi, na ni kama kusema ya kwamba ati hao polisi wanafanya kitu mzuri wakati ambapo wanafanya nini? Wanaua vijana. That is absolutely very, very wrong. But having said that, I want to ask a question, especially to the CSOs who are represented here, including myself, who I come from Power 254. And she raised a very important point in regards to the young people not participating in the governance space. Why do you think that some of the CSOs are not being trusted by the young people and especially the GNZs? They're not trusting these CSOs. Probably that's a question you might want to respond. And then the next thing would be, there's a parent who asked the child to stand up. Akamwambia, we simama. Kijana kamuuliza, nisimame kufanya nini? Akamwambia, mimi baba yako fanya nini? Siwe simama. Aya, kijana akamwambia, aya, nimesimama lakini roho yangu imefanya nini? Roho yangu imekaa. Unaona? What is one thing that you can tell us between the generation that can help us to communicate effectively? Thank you.
Habari zenu. My name is Peter. And honestly, mimi sina title. I'm just a normal mwananchi. But I have a few questions that I'd love to ask. And zingine zimestem kwa venye nimesikia. Some of the speakers are speaking. And we have to accept that as a young generation, we have no beef with the older generation. The older generation ndo imetufikisha hapa mahali tuko. And even when we talk about the 2010 constitution, it is the older generation that found the flaws and the challenges zenye zilikuwa kwa the older constitution, wakatuletea hii. So we can stand and say that we learn more of this new constitution than whatever they put in place for us. And I think we have to find a harmony of not trying to drift to this side that we're trying to drift at. Ni kama tuko na grudge, ni kama tumekosewa, ni kama... No. This is trying to build a bridge between us and them. And the fact that ni wao literally ni wao wametufikisha hapa mahali tuko, whoever we are. And yeah, let me just end it at that.
My last one, I will not stand again. Let me respond to my friend there. I'm not trying to say that we have a beef with the old generation. I'm just trying to show that we need to understand where we are as a country and who needs to solve the problems that we are having as a country. I forgot to say something. During the 2023 PDF, the People's Dialogue Festival, I attended the youth village. And they said, luckily, the National Youth Council was in attendance. But to my surprise, they said that they are extending terms in office. And I stood and asked them, how is that a benefit to the young people? Because I don't think that is benefiting the young people. That is them trying to extend their term in office. So the people that we are having in those offices, we still need, I think, to remove them in the best way possible. We need to put the youth, they need to be in those spaces so that they can air the concerns of the youth. And then we need to move away from the traditional forms of communication. Kiambu County has a problem, let me call it a problem, of calling for public participation via the newspaper. I cannot remember the last time I myself bought a newspaper to read. So when they rely on the old means of communication, they are leaving us behind. Somebody talked about TikTok, and we need to reach the youth where they are. We need to get them at their spaces so that we can have them with us in these conversations. Lastly, somebody talked about finance bill. And the reason as to why I said we need civic education. We went for maandamano to reject the finance bill, and it was dropped. But what happened? The Appropriation Act was passed. What happened? We needed to borrow more than we were borrowing when we were having the finance bill. That landed us in more problems than we could have been having if we had the finance bill. We need a lot of civic education. So the finance bill, yes, ilidropiwa, but the Appropriation Act, which is, in other words, the approved budget, ilisainiwa. And once it is signed, ni kumaanisha tumepitisha budget. This budget is financed by the finance bill. So in the absence of the finance bill, and we need to finance the budget, we will be required to borrow more. Because the finance bill, remember, it collects from the taxes and all those. So if they have been put aside, where are we going to get money to finance this budget? We are going to borrow more. So are we having more problems when we're having the finance bill, or when we are not having the finance bill? When we are not having the finance bill. You will understand? So we need a lot of civic education. Yes.
So much. I take it back to the panelists to answer the question raised from the audience, and then we can close the panel.
All right. I think there were two questions from the gentleman at the back. And the first one was, what can we do to make sure we're communicating better with the older generation? And this is something I think I care very much about, just because of the benefit I've had in terms of learning from them and charting a way forward with them. And the first one is to remember that these people were once young. You know, I feel like revolutions often happen with the young people. They were the young people time ya Sabasaba. They were the young people time ya Moi. I've sat with someone who was in exile for 6 years. His brother was tortured. And now this person is in their 70s. You can't sit and tell me this person doesn't know about revolution. Let's not generalize and put everyone in the same bucket. The same way we don't want people to generalize and say young people are troublemakers. It's the same way I think I would urge all of us to have openness and curiosity and start where you are, even within your family, your parents, your uncles, in family gatherings. Because these are the people who read the newspaper cover to cover. They're the people who understand our political systems. Yes, there's been transition from the old constitution to the new one, but I think what she said in terms of culture is not just like our languages, our way of life. There's institutional knowledge, a political culture. So I think in terms of communicating better with the older generation, I would just say, be open, ask questions. Unajua mara mingi tunapigana because we think we have different viewpoints. But if you start from the common ground here, we want better for our country. Mtu aseme, this is the way I think, umulize, okay, kwa nini?
Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Mini wa ghetto nimezaliwa ghetto na mambo zangu zote mimi nafanya ghetto. Wafande ni shuku na isi skendo. Niride kutupiga adito ikapendo. Find a way ati mbona use force find a way ati mbona cock gun find a way sunajua kuna court na ni kama basi kesi mina hapa tuta solve find a way ati mbona use force. Find a way ati mbona kokan. Find a way tunajua kuna court na ni kama basi kesi mina hapa tutasolve. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu.
Pahali nimefungwa so quite kazi le bull so kuishi kwa hii life si kitu nimechoose ku lose. Mabeste juu ya bullet za upuzi nafanya mtaani nikae kasi na ujuzi. Combination ya necklace za ukombozi nafanya wengi wabaki na haya machozi. System so corrupt iko na utohozi. So slippery and kanyanga kikohozi. Kuta zitaonyesha footage zote zimefichwa. Kina JM Jumo akinyang'anywa vichwa. Niko na vision ya moto ikiakishwa kila pahali nchini despite ya kutishwa. Mega zinaacha kanguo ya white mtaichafua. Hata nikizikwa skali yangu mtaifufua. Chenye nasema kaa kuna basi itakuwa na kasta kuwa basi mistari itakuwa.
Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu.
Nikubaya ndugu hakuna wax mzee. Badala ya inda nifanye wax now. Wakimaliza deal niekelewe kibonoko. Jusai tunabonga kusukudua kudai. Vijana wa mukuru wanaishi na self-made coffee. Deadline ya juzi wanaishi na last warning. Danger zone kama waya za 3-phase. Grau za chuo zimeja chimni za bangi. Kuna nuka ngono. Walimu wamejoin wazazi kwa mgomo. Wako ready kufungiwa kwa body bags. Kuwa fedi city mochari wamechoka na salad. Odori na umwami wamedunga uniform za impunity. Buddha boss.
Medical attention bila kakitu ni bala. Afande sitoi yongo nina makosa sitakata. Dara sigawe mzigo upate janja ni swara. Silali sijibiwi corruption baby we ni bala.
It was a mistake kuwa na uhuru majuto. Badala maendeleo ikakuwa ni mshtuko. Sakata kibao do zote kwa mfuko. After miaka kai kabaki ni mshtuko. COVID-19 was an act kwa theater. Na nipeleka fridge ni act bila sweta na ninoma. Mafans wezi teta tofauti ya mkoko kwa radio skater.
Zipitka uwezi shoutit ninja. Tuko kwa projo kongamiza easy jigas. Nini una hold usipull that trigger. Tumalize hizi mende zisha kuwa gold digger. Unajikinga amuna take dimension. Siwezi toka hapa bila kuimention. Mwanasiasa utake that attention. Baada ya mswada na jeke tuma pension.
Kupata form lazima kitu kidogo. Kupata job lazima utoe hongo. Kazi ya mtaani umetuacha matani. Shule za bure bila ganji mtoto wasomi. Mtoto wasomi. Mtoto wasomi. Mtoto wasomi. Asomi asomi.
Asomi. Shule asomi. Watoto wasomi. Kazi hakuna hakuna hakuna. Shule asomi. Watoto wasomi. Asomi. Shule asomi. Watoto wasomi. Kazi hakuna hakuna hakuna. Shule asomi. Watoto wasomi. Medical attention bila kakitu ni bala. Afande sitoi yangu nina makosa sitakata. Dara sigawe mzigo upate janja ni swara. Silali sijibiwi corruption baby we ni bala. Medical attention bila kakitu ni bala. Afande sitoi yangu nina makosa sitakata. Dara sigawe mzigo upate janja ni swara. Silali sijibiwi corruption baby we ni bala.
Mitaani tumejaza streets bila lights. Transformers zimebebwa na Kenya Power. And it's like we don't deserve our rights. Like si wageto hatuna power. Na bills of rights plus kutoa tax tuko ndani kama mwenye ako korokoroni. Ni kama kipao cha mbele ya wanaojiweza. Sisi kategori tuko ni eti tumeekwa. Mama mboga hana la kusema kwa maana yeye ushinda kwa kibanda. Na wenye sauti wako kwenye suti kuraukia ofisini na kusahau. Bila huyo mama mboga hapo kibandani usiku atalala njaa juu hamna kitu kwa sahani.
Sitobi hongo natumia bongo. Kama nimekosa fata mkondo. Nivishe pingu chora obi. Nibebe nipeleke kwa koti. Fungua mashtaka banyimu. Nataka kwa shortcut kupata ruabe ya hustler. Sitaamini hata iwe nini. Mlimanga yule boy alikaza kachwani kwa blanda hi-fi.
Hongo sitoi, shule sitoi ongo, nina makosa sitakata. Dara sigawe mzigo upate jantani swara. Silali sijibiwi corruption, baby we ni bala.
Na mimi nani ndo swali nauliza, juu kila tumbo imekata kushiba, awase uko na tukanyagia, tumechoka tunaumia, sauti ya mnyonge nani atasikia, ni wapi pa kukimbilia, slogan utumishi kwa wote, mbona tena unyanyase mnyonge, haki sina amechukua yote, na nchi imepakwa matope, wololo 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 wololo.
Hawatuwakilishi, kazi yao tu ni kukula. Parliament tuko wera ama nikuza sura. Ulikuwa close na wananchi but mwingi ofisini umaruka kaa chura. Kumbe ndo vako yako, ukiget unaishia. Then after 5 years ukikam back una expect unakuchia. Umekula zote hadi set victims umeshindwa kuwalipa fidia. Wako badala ghetto youth, tenda zote zilienda kwa kampuni ya you. Kumekenya the better option, tabaki tumepunguza you. Tired hadi toka tunadai mse wa kudu. We want paper, tumechoka kukaudu. Unaonekana gawansa after 4 years kali pia. Services to provide na taxes tushali pia. Next time ukamkurutisha kura, mkono tunakutupia.
Wezi ni hao, walafi hao, mafisi hao, wauaji hao, tajiri hao, bado hao. Wezi ni hao, walafi hao, mafisi hao, wauaji hao, tajiri hao, bado hao.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live on location International Youth Day celebration happening live at the ACK Emmanuel Church. We are live from Kikuyu, Kiambu County on this 12th of August. The year is still 2025 and it's a day full of celebrations and reflecting about how we can harness the power of young people beyond tokenism, beyond falsified meaningful engagement, beyond what really we term as youth participation. And so I do not have any further ado other than introducing our very first panelist, or rather our first interview of the day. I am joined by I guess I'll just let her introduce herself because she has many hats that she wears, and so it's really good to have you here with us on Power Radio Jewel. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Yes, kindly introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the work that you do at Kenya ni Mimi.
Okay, my name is Jewel Ndongo. I am a lawyer by profession. I think I should start calling myself a youth leader at this point.
No, absolutely. In your own right. Yes.
Yeah, but I work with young people. I work with young organizations. I am head of programs at Mbengo Africa, which is a circularity company. I work as Sustainability Engagement Coordinator at Sustainable Kenya.
All right.
And now the hat I'm wearing today
Yes.
is Director for Policy Advocacy and Governance at Kenya Nimimi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Kenya Nimimi is the one that has convened this
Yes.
event
Yes, Kiambu County.
For Kiambu County specifically. What are we doing here, and why is it important for us to engage in the conversation that we are engaging in at IYD?
Okay, so I think that first of all, it's nice that the world has a day to celebrate young people because they are majority of the world's population, especially in Africa. Africa is 60% young people, youth. Yeah, so it's nice that we have a day to celebrate that. But also mainly for Kenya Nimimi, this is a very important day because our work is all about young people.
Yeah.
Everything we do is youth. So it's important for us as an organization to commemorate this day. And today we just wanted to offer a platform for young people to come together and reassess how they are engaging with the systems that they are asking to change.
Yeah. In your keynote speech, because you are the keynote speaker of today, there are certain elements and concepts that you brought up. One of them being that it's important for young people when they are engaging politically, socially, economically, that they move away from criticisms or critics of systems and be part of active implementation of the change that they want to be able to see in their world.
Yes.
Kindly speak to us a little bit more about why that is the case and why we should be having that sort of paradigm and narrative shift as well. Because yes, we do love complaining as young people in this country, which rightfully so. There's so many things to complain about, but there's also so many things to build back better for as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think I didn't really read like the topic, but it was criticizing while building. So it means we can do both of these things. We can critique, but we can't critique solely. Like criticism alone cannot be the solution. Because you criticism is maybe words and disruptive actions. But what next after that?
Yes.
You know, what's next after that? So that's why we're saying we have to start moving towards intentional action. You know, like we have to have a strategy that will be fruitful, that will be sustainable, because the current model is not sustainable. It is not enough to go to the street. It's not enough to tweet. It's not enough to make TikTok videos.
Yes.
Those do spread awareness about the issue, and like the number of likes and reposts just shows how many more people can relate to the problem. But those solely are not enough. We have to make sure that we are seated at the table with those that make the decisions. And now after that, we have to make sure that we are part of the people that make the decisions.
Correct.
Because there's no way you can talk about something from outside the room. If you come to my house and you're shouting at me, unless you're telling me there's a fire, I don't care what else you're saying. If children come outside my door and they're screaming and I just assume that's noise. But when it's happening inside my house, I'll turn to look and be like, hey, what's up, Anne? Why are you so loud? Like, why are you shouting? And then we can have a conversation. So we have to first get into the room, have a seat at the table.
Yeah.
And because we're not being given a seat, like
bring your own
yeah,
table.
bring your own chair. Like make sure you're seated there. You know, make these acts of disruption, these acts of criticism, let them go beyond the bickering and the loudness and let it have tangible results. Yeah.
Yeah. So Year in, year out, this is definitely not the first edition of the International Youth Day.
Yeah.
We have definitely continuously had to deal with conversations around how can we make the life for young people better. We're always having deliberations and conversations around how to empower young people.
Yeah.
So beyond conversations, beyond talks, and I know even on the panels the panel that we just came out from, a big question was about this intergenerational dialogue, right?
Yeah.
But I still have some reserve with dialogue, just in the way that we conduct it in this country. So I guess my question for you would be, while still keeping in mind that it's very important for us to create spaces for intergenerational dialogue, first one, how do we ensure that the people that are in the room are not just the same ones? Because, you know, there's a problem of...
the same people.
We have a problem of... I guess Hollywood calls it typecasting.
Yeah.
So even in Kenya, it's the same. In spaces, you go to certain spaces, it's the same people you find, it's the same conversations that are going on. So how do we ensure that there is a diversification of the voices that we see while engaging in that intergenerational dialogue? And secondly, how do we ensure that we move from talks to tasks? Because we can talking, we have been talking. We have been talking for a long time, but I think it's important for us to move from conversation to commitment.
Yeah. So I think when you say how do we, we is very diverse because we are all in different positions. We can't just generalize and say we as young people or we is like there's some people who have a duty when we talk about we doing something.
Correct.
There's government, and even in government there are different there are different people have different levels of power in government as well, you know, because set a police in serikali. You know?
It's an arm of the government. I guess,
but it's not the same as like being, let's say, in a CS's office or being or talking to the president's advisors. Like there are very different levels. So I think the first thing is for people to identify, or rather to have like a spectrum. When you say we, who is we, and then under those tenets of the different we's, then everyone can say, in my position, this is what I can do. Because me as Joel, when we talk about we, the only thing I can do is now engage with the young people I have access to. And even in the spaces I work, push for certain interests of young people. But beyond that, ni kwa debe. You know? I can only express opinions that are probably based on certain facts. And then after that, like, that's it from me. But then now we have media, like you guys, you have a wider reach. So what's your responsibility in that? And then after that, we have the political class, the people in government. What's their responsibility? And of which I would say they bear the greatest responsibility because that's what government does, implement. You know, like their work is to implement. But then now, one of the things they can do is as they implement, let them co-create. You know, it's not just like a solo project they're doing. Let them co-create. Like when they ask people for public participation, then let them not come again the next day on TV. We are seeing they're saying we spammed the parliament's email, so they call it spam and they say that's not engagement. You know, so everyone bears a different responsibility. Even like the different generations, they bear they have a different responsibility. Them they won't go, for example, young people, most times you find are not the ones who go to barazas and all these places. It's mostly the older generation. So when they go there, what are they saying? You know, are they trying to bridge the gap? So when everyone does their responsibility, then we start to bridge the divide that is there and start to bridge the gap, and implementation can then start because now it's a genuine co-creation. So when we say we, I think that we is many people. These are diverse people, and then they all have different responsibilities.
Another thing that is a very big problem in Kenya is politicization of youth voices, right? Where you find that young people, the only time that young people are needed, especially by the political class, is for their own gain. You know, it's for their own gain, it's for their own interest. So is it that we need more sensitization for young people? Because again in Kenya, being a young person is a crime because you exist in a system that does not want you. You exist in a system that is very oppressive against you, and that's why we have issues like, you know, the political class making sure that they appropriate young people in the way that they want to appropriate them just for their own political gain or selfish gain. Yeah. What do we do?
So I think there's two things I would say with regards to that. How did we get there? How do you get to a place where youth voices are politicized and it's become generally accepted? It's of course historical, like youth being used to push certain agendas, and that's because they have nothing better to do, quote unquote. That's always the narrative that is pushed. Like
Correct.
they have nothing better to do, so when they're given a platform, something really good has been done for them. So they're put on that political pedestal. And then media comes in, and because I realized that media houses function on who you know and who you can call to your event, and then you pay them and they publicize your event. Now that has become what everyone knows, that youth function, like, are used in certain ways. You know, when you go to political rallies, it's full of young people, and then that's what the media will show, and they will put an emphasis on it. So it's become sort of like a national DNA. Like that's who young people are. So I think the first thing is even media should take accountability for the role they are playing in that. And of course, it now becomes tricky because for them, they need to make money. And when there's money on the table, very few people have their ethics standing. Most people end up choosing money over ethics, over the interests of the greater good. So I think it now becomes a case of what is our moral fabric as a society, as a nation. So if our moral fabric is rotten, then it now becomes a thing of goodwill. Like, do people want to do this or not? So I think, as you said in the beginning, we have talked, like we know these things, they are there, but like, if we are not interested in not publishing youth in that manner, you see, like the same way, how has China placed their young people? They're known as people innovating at the age of 16. That's how you think about Chinese children and Chinese youth. They are builders. They are what? Why? Because that's how they have been publicized, and that's how they want to be known. Like, so I think it's just a matter of certain agendas. So it's definitely youth are being used until someone decides that they need to stop being used. Then because it starts at the top, it's a trickle down effect. Someone wants to use them, they call the media. They also have money, so they call the youth. But if you cut it at the top, then it won't trickle down.
Right. In your keynote speech, you also mentioned some of the tools that we can leverage on to ensure that we are progressing the youth agenda. One of the tools that you are very passionate about was the estate of the mind and the work that we need to do to decolonize it. You know, you talked about decolonization and also decoloniality. So could you shed a light to us, like, why is it important for us to sort of, not throw away the water, the baby and the bath water. Completely out when it comes to such conversations, because yes, colonialism, I can't even say we are in a post-colonial era. It's still very much alive with us. Now, the players could be different. They have a different color, but it's still the same thing. So talk to us a little bit about, first of all, the dichotomy. I don't even know whether it's a dichotomy, but perhaps parallels between decolonization and decoloniality, and what it has to do, what does it got to do with youth empowerment and inclusion.
Okay, so decolonization is more physical. It's more of leave our land, leave our farms, leave our industries, like get out.
Vamos.
But decoloniality now becomes very technical. It becomes about dealing with the remnants. because every time even after the Exodus, there is now like remnants, and these remnants have very deep roots. Like look at our police service; it's very.
It's a police force.
Yeah,
It's not even a police
exactly.
service. Yeah.
Even look at our politics.
Yeah.
You know how
It's colonial.
the Mzungu, it was more of if let's say you're the Mzungu and I'm like the subject.
Yeah.
And then there are other people in my community. If you choose me, what would happen is I would now start helping you to hustle the other community members, you know, and now they'd become the minorities. Like now we'd start harassing them, me and you. You know, we are now allies. I don't care about them anymore. And I think that has a really big foundation, a strong foundation on the politics of the country, the police force, like the police service. It's, you know, as much as they changed the name from force to service, like
That's
it was
still the same.
Yeah, it was very performative and cosmetic.
Yeah.
If they actually do not go back and say, how do we retool, how do we redesign this whole structure, you know? Like they even could even change the infrastructure and everything and just decide like we are trying our best to rethink this. Yeah, so that's the distinction between decolonization and decoloniality.
Yeah. All right. I love that. And I know because you gotta go as we wrap up our conversation. Come next year, right? A time like this, August, we are happy about the International Youth Day. What do you hope that from this point where you are at to next year, ideally, if you were to make a wish for every young person in Kenya, in Africa, in the world, what kind of world would you want to see for young people?
I would say a world where young people do not have performative advocacy. Because I observe so many young people, when we come together, we are like-minded. And I think that's one of the pros of unity, of coming together. But like when we are away from each other, we are still enabling the very systems that we critique. For instance, let's talk about corruption. I think police bribery is one of the most common things in Kenyan culture.
Yeah.
We will talk about corruption. The corruption at the top will hurt you, but the corruption at the bottom, when you've been arrested for, let's say, not having a functioning brake lights, you want to say it's a small thing, so that one, like, let me just bribe and get out of this, you know? Or even like getting opportunities for other people who are more deserving. And then you get them for yourself because you have proximity to the people who are making these decisions. When we're doing that, we don't think it's a big deal. We don't think we are affecting systems.
Right.
But what if there are millions of us doing that?
Right.
You know, we disrupt the whole ecosystem. And so we had the majority because of the actions of a few people.
Yeah.
So I think what I would want to see is this whole performative advocacy. I'd want it to be gone. If you're doing advocacy to build a name for yourself with political ambitions, be honest and say, this is what I'm want
here for.
You know, this is what I'm here for. Yeah. And then you can tell us your values and maybe we can align, you know? Maybe we can say, no, we don't like this, so change it like this. And then there's nothing wrong with having political ambitions actually.
Yeah.
But then people should stop having like performative advocacy.
Yeah.
Let people be intentional even in their lifestyles, how they lead. How we know you in public is how your friends should know you in private. Yeah.
All right, cool. I think as we wrap up, your parting shot, where can people find Kenya ni Mimi? Yeah, and is there something that they should be on the lookout for? Are we going to be back here tomorrow? Take it away.
Yes, we will be back here tomorrow.
Yeah.
This is a 2-day event.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can find Kenya ni Mimi on our website, kenyanimimi.org. We are on Instagram, on X, on LinkedIn, and on TikTok at Kenya ni Mimi. And yeah, you can find us, like, you just need to Google. Yeah, you can also find me on all social media platforms at Jewel_Ndungu.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Jewel.
Thank you. And
You really are a Jewel. And we look forward to, the work that you do in the space. Continue disrupting.
Thank you.
Continue amplifying the voices of young people because it's absolutely needed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Asante sana.
Yes.
Alrighty. That has been Jewel Ndongo. She is the Director for Policy, Advocacy and Governance at Kenya ni Mimi. And yes, we are still here live on location at the International Youth Day celebration convened by Kenya ni Mimi. And actually, the guiding theme for this year is now and for the future, youth taking action. Yes, and so let me take the next interview, but for now, we will get back to some little music, coming back shortly with our next interview for the day. Do keep it Power Radio. We'll be right back.
Amani nchi yangu, nchi ya upendo, nchi yangu, nchi ya uzalendo, nchi yangu, nalia napigania nchi yangu.
Barabara za mitaa Catherine dereba ziko wapi? Zina pothole pale wape Kingston Uhuru Highway. Magari ziko juu, wazing wana move, mikono kiwa juu. Tumebaki kwa mataa, street tumejaza hata bila lights. Vijana kunyanyaswa juu ni waras. Ati ule alibakwa pale chini kwa kibanda. Mama mboga hana nyota, itabidi amesota.
Nchi ya amani, nchi yangu, nchi ya upendo, nchi yangu, nchi ya uzalendo, nchi yangu, nalia napigania nchi yangu.
Taxpayer anavaa patipate, MP ako pale pate after party. Youth man ndani ya rumande, mwana siasa ako nje na bonde. So much inequality, too much injustice. Me fight for equality, demanding for liberty. Juzi walikam na miradi mtaani, mboga tuna kazi tumeachwa mashakani. Kilio tunalia wakizidi mia vitambi, wako tu kwenye kambi zao wakesabu mali. Kesho watakam wakituitisha kura, hawajajua miaka zote ni nini tumekula. Wawa pana jali 10 years imepita na ako tu sure ye bado atapita.
Nchi ya amani, nchi yangu, nchi ya upendo, nchi yangu, nchi ya uzalendo, nchi yangu, nalia napigania nchi yangu. Nchi ya amani, nchi yangu, nchi ya upendo, nchi yangu, nchi ya uzalendo, nchi yangu, nalia napigania nchi yangu.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura. No way, yeah. 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 No way, yeah.
Tulisema devolution kwa wote lakini sio wote wanaifeel. Projects zilipewa chapa lakini years later outcomes zinaata. Reports FCC zilikuwa mama yule alibai hama ndio jajako na hama. Kama Kenya sitahama wao ndio watahama. Kiongozi ubonga na watu wake, at least hivi ndio atakipisi kwake. My youths daily wako under attack, unemployment daily na wa-attack, police brutality bullets zina wa-attack, kukosa infrastructure best ina wa-attack. Sio Dandora, Kariakoo na Kiumbini tu, hao wote ni victims wa wizi, hao wote ni victims bila justice, hao wote ni victims wa poverty. Ni lini nchi itakuwa stable? Ni lini? Ni lini counties zitakuwa stable? Ni lini? Sote tulisema yes 2010 pamoja tupunguze hii mess, tusonge mbele.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura. Yeah. No way.
Sina bridge ya kujenga juu, sina bridge nilichoma, so kwa masiz wangu na mabro niturauke juu. Indo ile time si tunahitajiana, nipe love nikupe bila kukaziana. People power ndio dawa maradhi kutengana, tusingoje disaster ndio tujiorganize. Na nguvu za kupambana na political lies ni sai ndio kesho jo ikuwe ni fine. Katiba yetu ni safi na ndio the grand design, lakini corruption inatuvuta behind. Ini haki kweli kwanza kwa kizazi cha kesho, na wazazi hawana hata guarantee ya pension. Masivo sava njuku wana cruise na benzos, tukiuliza swali wanatujibu na tension. Yeah.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura. Yeah. No way.
After kutupitisha machungu 5 years ago, wamerudi tena na promises tamu tamu, kakuchocha sukari na kopa. Sai Kenya imejaa deni, hata kwa mama mboga huwezi kopa.
Kwenye natoka kuna mandenga mafedi kudai pay, hadi na life kupanda bay, ngori kwa busy ya daily. 10 millionaires, 10 million beggars kweli. Revolution ili delay, weka ngumi pale hewani. Tuna anthem kachwani, boresha hali kwani. Wakipromote makali, makat na bangi. Tuna quote Wangari, Mahatma Gandhi. Mikono ya serikali, refu sijui gani ni gani.
Mkono wa serikali, mkono wa serikali, mkono wa serikali, hiyo ndio serikali.
Betrayal in the city, kwa giza kuna nuka jasho ya maiti. Judas amefufuka kwa season 2 ya kuleta busu, but hii haikuhusu. Juu ya prefer handshake, mpaka economy wameishake. Tunakula maisha na salad, daktari alidai nisikule chakula kibanda. Nilimsho nimenona jua kukula nutrients za hongo. Nimechukua tende iko bongo, na mkinifuata huko nitauzia mpaka akili zenu kwa ubongo.
Shake psycho fans, greetings in quotes ndio topic ya symposium. Infected handshake, tuiweke quarantine, hata kani kuijengea aquarium. Gava bila watchdog, wako in good time sahi. Funny sana kasa maki kuhisi kiu. Sahi wana go overboard na sugar mami. Wameka mercury kwa sugar tunalia mami. Handshake, imefanya tumebaki kuulizia press ya pillowcase after jurisdiction. But tumezoea bro.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali.
accept and move on, but what happens to the dead souls? Unity kwa wengine, disunity kwa wengine. Tumefocus nao sana tukasahau we are the main victims in this written script. All they care about is their ambitions. We mean nothing to them, so listen. Baba si mama, baba si mama. Mama ananyokwa kinyozi, so daily nitamuita baba. Wewe ndio unajua shida mnazopitia. Listen, my silence is so loud. I'm saying everything but saying nothing at all.
Mkono serikali, hiyo ndio serikali.
Nogo ni nogo, onatoke seti ya metito, itabaki kuwa nogo. Sokomoko fulani katikati ya hizi nugu, kuna kamoja kako stare kana kula njugu. Kando yake sini hawa mandugu, kila mtu anakimbiza ndio apate hiyo nguvu. Beshte yake ako hapo tu kando, akijaribu kugonga na patio avocado. Ajipake muda wake ulishaka bando, safta kutumika na rushwa mingi skando. So sijipate kokona utaundiwa kamati ya kukunyoosha utoshe kwa hiyo kabati. Wenye kukushughulikia alitoka kwa hiyo zahanati, ajaziona viatu wamezea pati pati. Ndani ya msitu kumejaa ukora fulani, huwezi ona maendeleo hata uvae miwani. Fanya makosa urushe mawe ukiwa diwani, utashtuka sana ukijipata uko ziwani. Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto, hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto si tunapigwa foto. Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto, hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto si tunapigwa foto. Tikati ya wanyama kuna wale ni majitu, wakipatikana kwa ngori wautoaka kitu. Kuswallow everything ndani ya msitu ni uact kininja wakidance katitu. Chief Justice wa huku ni madara na faka, leta kesi hapa ni panga unataka. Ujirani wao ni wapanya na paka, saka tako mwage ushames na kikaka. System ya hapa ni ya kuchunga zao familia, I think ikisema hivyo ishakuwa so familia. Kidai miaka ujapanga kuitumia, umetengwa nugu hapa leta chaimia. Ni obvious hapa kuna punda milia, ukipata zebra cross na amilia. Time ya kupima urefu wa meno na mikia, wakubwa wameingia we kiti amkia. Boom shakalaka. Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto, hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto si tunapigwa foto. Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto, hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto si tunapigwa foto. Wamechange hizo tisho zimechorwa milioni, wamevaa vitenge rangi ya bilioni, style ya kuhaibaneta paka milioni, na doo zote ziliishia huko matirioni. Umesikia sakata ingine bado na Kemsa ishabai staff na doo bado. Nipe uvumilivu Karos Muhando, Juma Singa dami na hamishwa Kajiado. Malalamishi ya mnyama tu mbili, budget ikisome imeongezwa 02. Na yeye ndio ungangana sana sio siri, zawadi zikikama na patwa tu ngiri. BBI na watoto tuhamishwe, kifunga macho ndio dozi zamishwe. Wenye makosa wapeleke wasafishwe, wangolewe kwa viti na doa siitishwe.
Jealousy, always comparing myself to you. Sometimes I feel like I overdo. Sometimes I feel like I'm over you. Sangin I feel like I have no clue. Sangin miwaga moods. Sometimes I act a fool. Sangin ninachoma sana. Sometimes tunakosana. Sometimes I act too cool. Sangin you act a fool. Sometimes you drive me crazy. I swear I drive you crazy.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, DJ CJ on Power Radio. Na leo tuna celebrate siku ya maana sana ya Youth Day. Yes, International Youth Day. To everyone who is youth at heart, we wish you a happy International Youth Day. Tuko on location huku mtaa mazeni inaitwa Kikuyu, baridi. Aye, man. Yeah. So kana tuomizia tukiwa huku na leo tuko na mgeni. Wacha introduce.
Kwa majina naitwa Ezekiel Zadok.
Karibia mic kidogo.
Ezekiel Zadok in the house.
Yes, Ezekiel.
Kwa Power Radio kaka kawaida.
Finally we meet on radio. We've been meeting on the streets.
Yes. Because tukipatana kwa hood.
Yes, how number one, how are you celebrating International Youth Day and what does it mean to you?
First of all, mi nashukuru sana for this day.
Yeah.
It's a day that wase wanakam wana link up together, wana have quality time.
Yeah.
Wana celebrate mazee like what they are doing kwa mtaani in building up the community.
Yeah.
Na zile ideas wase wako nazo wanaweza exchange ama kushare, alafu wana try kuimplement.
Yeah.
So mi naweza sema sana wase wenye wanaweza kuwa wana celebrate vifiti ni wase wana meet.
Yes.
Na wana share ideas. Si kujibamba.
You know, I have looked at a few of the comments that people are making online. Kitu moja yenye imekuwa ikisemekana sana ni history ya empowerment.
Yes.
Nimeona majamaa juzi kulikuwa na empowerment on Saturday kule State House.
Yes.
And then the complaints came afterwards that people left there without things.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden leo wameitwa wamechukua. Is that the real empowerment that people really need, or what kind of an empowerment do you think the youth really need, and do you think that is even sustainable?
Mwazi kwanza hiyo na i-condemn sana.
Yeah.
Ningepatana na huyo msee ningemwahi mbaya sana.
Mbona utaki watu wapatiwe vipi?
Hiyo si empowerment mwazi, because huwezi choose wase like 2%.
Yeah.
Alafu unasema umeempower mayouth. Na yetu mayouth ni wengi sana. Alafu tena tujui ni mayouth wa area gani ndio walichukuliwa, unaona?
Yeah.
Yes, tuliona msee akipiga sheng pale hivyo, tunaweza sema huyo ni msee wa ghetto.
Yeah.
But tukiangalia vifiti kila msee alikuwa represented kweli.
Yeah.
From all the hood, because Kenya unasikia kuko na so many counties.
Yeah.
Kila county ilikuwa represented because unaona hiyo ni urezo.
Yeah.
Tunafaa tujiulize hivyo. Then number 2, sustainability.
Yeah.
Hapo ni ngori because after hiyo event niliona waseo wamemwaga masoda, chupa zilikuwa zimejaa State House, waseo wameziachilia pale, ni kumaanisha waseo walikuwa wameendea binjai liwapeleka.
Walipelekwa na njaa and unfortunately walipatiwa thao. A few of them ever got home with that money. I have seen the IEBC has announced 27 by-elections. What is the message that you would tell the youth? Hizo by-elections I think is in November. We have statistics that actually the youth are around what percentage? Over 70%.
Yeah, over 70. Wanasemanga 65 but ni over 70.
Yeah. So looking at 70% and being represented by the minority,
yes,
it is weird.
True.
Because who are you representing? Sijui kama unaonanga kuko na hiyo imbalance.
Kuna imbalance kubwa sana. Kwanza tunaweza anza na mental imbalances, because venye wazai wanafikiria na venye youth wanafikiria ni vitu zingine different. Unaona, mimi nafikiria 10 years to come nitaweza kuomoka aje, watu wangu watasoma aje. Mzee anafikiria story na prestige. Yeye anafikiria tu prestige. Kila kwa mkutano akienda wa kuchoma kanyama, kurelax ni yeye anafikiria story kama hizo. Unaona, so I think the same. Vitu zenye anaenda ku represent pale si zenye mimi na feel.
One is building, the other is consuming.
Yeah.
So as a responsible Kenyan, tell us that which you do kwa contribution yako ya kwa nation building. Pia tuseme hustle yako umetupatia hapa opportunity ya kutuongelesha.
Number 1 mazi, mimi na wakna wase wanaitwa Hearts of Production.
Yes.
It's an art, music and entertainment group
that
main aim ni kuinspire, motivate and empower the youths.
Okay.
So si tuna participate sana in building up the community.
Yes.
Na kuona wase wana use their godly given talents for the goodness of life.
Yeah.
So number one, what we do, we try to fight against vitu zile mbaya. Anything yenye ni mbaya, mse anajua tu vitu zile mbaya, we try to fight against those things.
Yeah.
Number two, we try to bring values. Unasikia ukiwa na idea, tuna reason together, tunaona kama tunaweza implement.
Yes.
Tunaweza knock kwa door ya nani, to make sure like iko fiti.
So you're also connecting people to opportunities.
Yes.
Wow, that's great. So yani kwako yani we youth leo unaishingi daily.
Daily bada.
That is impressive, and thank you for what you do. And for how long have you been doing this work?
I've been doing it from 2015 actively.
Wow, 10 years in this.
Na sometimes me ujita a voice of change in the society.
You are a voice of change. I've listened to your music. We play your music, and you are doing a good job.
Yes.
What is that one lesson that you've learned in operating and working with youth for those 10 years? Like ni kitu gani unaweza ambia ma youth hata kuendeaje, mimi najua hii lesson inaweza kusaidia?
Mayouth siwezi waambia wasiwahi give up. Kila msee anashinda akiwaambia usiwahi give up, usiwahi give up, but unapata mayouth wana give up. So Kenya mimi naweza waambia ni uko na skill gani, uko na strength gani, uko na potential gani unaweza itumia to change life around you.
Yes.
Number one, to become a blessing and a great inspiration to other people. If you have that, itumie vifiti. Alafu kitu ingine, kama una believe in God, mimi nasemanga hivi, kwa vitu zenye apart from sin, vitu zenye God atatujaji nazo ni zile talent yenye alitupatia. Atakuuliza ni aje, me I gave you nilikupatia voice, ukuwe rapper, nilikufanya ukuwe poet. Ulifanya nini? Did you design positive influence? Did you become a blessing to people? Which experience did you influence people with? Unaona? So kama msee anajua ni hivyo, anafaa kutumia hiyo potential vifiti. Tutajajiwa, tutaambiwa ni aje, wewe nilikufanya ukuwe rapper, nilifanya ukuwe mkimbizi, ni mkimbizi ama ni athlete? Pia mkimbizi, I made you a refugee. Racist. So I made you a footballer. What did you do? Those positive influence unaweza create nazo na ile strength iko nayo, maze itumie vifiti.
True. And I've heard this many times that you don't even need to speak to people like even verbally when you are utilizing your talents and capabilities in a way that is the right way.
Yes.
Your actions peke yake inakuaga imeongea.
True.
So the theme of this year is from clicks to action.
Yes.
And for a very long time, the young people of this country have been called keyboard warriors.
Yes.
They have been branded tumeitwa mambo mengi,
bullies,
tumeitwa goons, tumeitwa treasoners. So looking at what happened yesterday, last year, because we kind of saw now people moving from that online presence to coming to the streets physically.
People taking action.
Yes, taking action. And we have also had our leadership reacting to things. What is your opinion between what the youth are saying generally? And do you feel like the leaders are finally listening, or are they still living in their own cocoons?
I can say the leaders usually listen. But they don't implement what is being spoken. Wase wanasikizanga kwa ground, by the way. Wanajua vitu venye zina happen. Shida inakuanga sijui ni selfishness, sijui ni hizo vitu zinaitanga tyranny ama dynasty ama nini. Wase ama system zimewekwa pale hivyo, kuzivunja inakuwa ni ngumu. Wase wana listen but hawataki kufanya kazi. Na unapata ndio vijana watoke kwa street like last year. Ilikuwa hiyo aggressiveness. Mnatusikia, mnatuona, lakini hamtaki kufanya kitu. So I think ile time wa youth wanachukua now action, ndo wase wana react to that, either positively ama negatively.
I haven't seen any positive reaction to that. Do you know one?
One is kuna hiyo time wanaitanga wase wanajifanya ni kama kumobilize wase, wanasema ni aje wacha tuende kwa public participation tusikie mayouth mnasemaje, alafu we will try and put it to the next.
They end up doing whatever they want.
Sasa hapo ndio shida inakuanga.
Yeah, but someone once told me that there is a difference between hearing, listening, and also knowing what to hear.
Yes.
And I think we have a problem that they are listening but they don't know how to hear, because you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
True.
But as we now look forward to another 1 year of youth activity and everything,
yes,
what is it that you're planning to do with the organization? And what is your hope? Like, ni kitu gani inakupatianga hiyo saikia uamke tu hata kama ni kabaya aje useme tu let me try again another day?
Kitu cha kwanza naweza sema there is hope.
Yeah.
I've seen how active youths are becoming.
Yes.
And not only being active but productive.
Oh yes.
Wase wameanza kukua productive.
Yeah.
Unaweza ona msee ametulia place akona comp, kumbe msee anafikiria 10 years to come anaweza kukachora aje change life.
Yeah.
Na si life yake tu ya hood, unaona?
Yeah.
So for that naweza comment sana niseme thank you sana.
Yeah.
Kenyans mazee mmekuwa role model. Tanzania, Uganda, they are talking about the youth.
No, actually Africa. I mean, we made Tunisia go to the Togo. Togo went to the streets because of us. A country in another continent, Bangladesh.
Yes.
They toppled their government because of inspired by Kenyans.
So Kenyan youths na washukuru sana kwa kazi yenye mnafanya. Nyinyi wase wapawa sana. Then on a personal level, mimi nitaendelea kukua a voice of change kwa society.
Yes.
But ningeomba sana wase wenye wanafanya vitu positive kwa mtaani, tushikane. Unajua tunakuanga so divided. So ile time yenye wase kama wa art, wa music, wani tukishikana tuanze from hood to hood tukishikana. Sio tu mnabaki ati wase wa Cape Town ni Cape Town, wase wa Kibera tu. So wase wa unite. Hizo strength zenye tuko nazo tunaziuse for future prosperity and future generations.
Thank you so much. And the final word to because I think there's a word that needs to go to us who are in media.
Yes.
We are very quick to run to places where things are not happening right, but we are very lazy to highlight the good things that are happening. What is your parting shot as we finish up?
Parting shot naweza sema, lakini si nyinyi mnafanya kazi poa.
Sisi wasi wa mtaa.
Nyinyi wasi wapawa sana. Naweza bongesha wasi wa media wenye na push propaganda mazi. Nyinyi mnajua mseni mbaya but mna push propaganda. Si unajua propaganda venye hii work. So wase wenye wana push propaganda na mabloggers wenye wanasemanga wana push msee akiwa hero. Hata kama amekosea like hapo hivyo mnakosea umati. Mnakosea mnakosea the society sana.
Lakini wanasema ni just for the bag. They don't even believe what they are blogging, but do you think they should just take the bag because they are hungry?
No, they shouldn't do that. Juzi niliona msee fulani anaitanga Warari. Akiwa kule hivyo Kasarani. Mazela achukua selfie wase wakibreak kuingia kwa uwanja bado. No, hiyo ni makosa. So
si makosa. He didn't cause it. Si makosa yake. Hakuambia watu we just report what we see.
Lakini unaona sometimes sisi kawa na nje tunashindanga umse ni face gani anaonyesha na kule nje.
No, you see there's one thing I keep saying. If you don't want a bad face to be out there, don't have a bad face to begin with. So don't let us not blame people for showing, because that is exactly what people have been riding on to hide corruption, to hide even murder. They have been hiding behind people are not talking. But it is not wrong to show it. Just be better.
Sawa basi.
So thank you so much Zadok for your time and tutakurelease ndio uendelee na kuhudumia wananchi.
Sawa.
Thank you so much, na uendelee kuwapatia muziki yako ni fiti. Ambia crew yako mazee, Remnants wagatu mavulia kofia kabisa
nitawagotea.
Na EP ikuje.
EP inakam.
Ikuje mzima sasa.
Barua kwa rais
bana. Kabisa. There's nothing I like when church speaks truth to power, because the current thug we have in power, he came through he came
The church.
he came to power through church, but now he's using church to cover his sins. So ni vizuri Wakristo pia wabonga. Yes, na kuongea ukweli about serikali si kudhulumu serikali, si kudhulumu inji na si kuwa si ati kusema wewe si mzalendo just because you're saying the truth.
Yeah.
You can love your country and hate your government. It is allowed.
Yeah.
Yes, so guys, I'll be back with the next guest. Wachani for now tuachilie Zadok tuendelee kutuhudumia. By the way, I saw you with some first aid kits.
Yeah, hiyo ni job yenye mimi hufanya.
Okay.
Nafanyanga cleaning services.
Excellent. Kwa hivyo wase wa fumigation, acha tukupromote juu umetupatia interview.
I work with Zakis Cleaning Services.
All right.
We deal with residential and commercial cleaning services.
Okay.
We clean everything. Kila kitu.
Isipokuwa dhambi.
Hata dhambi tunagarisha. Simesikia mimi voice of change bana. Dhambi pia tunajaribu our best.
Tunakupata wapi wakupata wapi kwa social media?
Niko kwa all social media.
Inaitwa Zakis Cleaning Services.
Zakis Cleaning Services.
Patia jamaa kazi. He does a good job.
Kabisa.
Yes, so until the next guest, I'll be back in a few.
So what's up?
Anxiety, naanza tabia za self sabotage, naanza tabia za overjudge, naanza kujifungia, naanza kujikazia, mwenzio nafunga hisia. Sometimes I feel so blue, sometimes I have no clue, saa ingine unachoma sana, sometimes tunakosana, saa ingine ninapotea, sometimes unanikosea, sometimes you drive me crazy, I swear I drive you crazy. Consistency, consistently consistent, consistency, consistent, day by day, 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 day by day. Consistent, consistently. Unajua ni wewe ulitudanganya tutakuwa na. Unajua ni wewe ulitudanganya tutakuwa na.
Change, page, gauge, wait, let's wait, that's wait, check pain, new page, wait. Sijajua, bado sina kifua, sijajua, bado sijapumua, sijajua, mpango ni kuniua, sijajua, jasho ni kujijua, sijajua. Nasikia wakiuliza mhesha chakavu lini, guess panda ngazi hurudi chini, niamini I miss those days za kijijini, broke ninjas kabla hajapatana na sibisani mimi, na bado sina, nauliza vipi, na call na reply ni sina, you can see me natulia, ndika vina kama sana hailipi, I thought me free man, na call na mbona ushiki. Mada kwa pepa ni laughter, mada for pepa ni kashfa, mata kwa koti ni gangster, mata kwa husini hat run. Stop. Stop.
With the lying, with the crying, with the
sorry sana my friend. Unaelewa ile uchungu uko nayo. Sawa sawa. Sasa wewe ya tu kidogo alafu roho yako itafunguka. Ndio nasema badala ya stadium si afadhali ufanye mambo ya state pesa upate mkwanja. Ama namna gani my friend? State pesa ndo nini? Igara hiyo kitu bana. Ndio ile hapa. Delayed promises center elo. 1 million job promises iko wapi? 1 million job promises iko wapi bana? Wewe wacha kwanza. Ulisikia wapi mambo ya hii 1 million jobs per year?
Gormatsul it ni MC Chinese yule wa zigi zaga zogo aka vibes squasel. Ati hapa hivi Kenya huwezi chaguliwa kuwa kanzo ama polisi kama una meno. Ati utatoa meno wapi ya kutafuna hongo? Ule tu on the
On your only station, Power Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International Youth Day. Yes, today we are celebrating the youth of the world, and specifically this day we are celebrating the youth of Kenya. And I'm glad to be hosting one beautiful lady from the county of Kiambu, right? Yeah. My name is DJ CJ na karibu sana Power Radio. So I will want her to introduce herself, tusikie jina yake na tusikie ni nini anafanya.
So hello.
Yes.
My name is Priscilla Wanjiku.
Yes.
I'm from Limuru. I am the vice chairperson, Limuru Scholar Association. I am also the social welfare director, Kiambu University and College Student Association.
Majina ni kubwa hapa. So first of all, I appreciate people who take up leadership roles at an early stage.
Yeah.
How has been that experience for you?
That journey.
It's quite something, right?
That journey is bumpy.
Yeah.
It is not smooth.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought I knew a lot of things, but when you get to the ground, you realize I have a lot to learn. I have a lot to learn.
Yeah.
And then we are in a period where we are talking about international dialogues.
Yes.
And personally, I would say I know the need of those dialogues.
Yeah.
Because maybe in leadership, I would say we have people who have been in leadership for a long time.
Yeah.
These people will tell you how they started even as DOs, chiefs and all that.
Yeah.
Then you realize you have a lot to learn from them on how to handle the pressure, how to handle people, because you're interacting with people, you must know how to handle them. So,
and that's the other thing about people. People don't have a formula. There's no one specific way.
You just have to keep trying.
Yeah, they don't come with a manual, but the one thing that I find beneficial to me is just extending grace.
True.
And understanding.
Yeah.
You have been in university leadership, and many politicians start off there. Do you feel like you're heading there? 2027 ushafikia. You're already qualified.
I would say that is the goal.
Okay.
Eyes on the goal.
Yeah.
Maybe right now we are in the process of making.
Yeah.
Right now we are in the process of learning and relearning.
Yes.
Yeah, so eyes on the goal. We will say that's the goal.
I hear you. Now, there has always been this kind of disconnect in language. In that the old age feel like the young guys are not listening. The young guys feel like the old guys are not listening. Mm-hmm. You're currently now interacting with different leaderships from school. You're also interacting with community members. You're interacting with government.
Yeah.
Where do you think the communication is not communicating?
Communication is not communicating. I would agree to that at some point. but at some point pia ningesema kuna progress.
All right.
Maybe most of the time we really wanted kwenda tu kuongea kushautiana, but I think it is more of understanding each other. We take our time to understand the older generation and where they are coming from, and then they need to understand us to where we are going or where we are seeing our things. Like, we have different perspectives on how we see things. So your understanding, I understand you, you understand me, then we can talk.
Do you feel like both parties are coming to the table with kichwa ngumu that I will not move and you will not move, then we all of a sudden don't know where to understand each other from? Do you experience that?
I do experience that. Reason being, sisi kama mayouths, we have so much information. Right now we don't know which one is the correct information, the right and the wrong information. There kuna so many propaganda. And at some point, maybe we find ourselves we are riding on the wrong information. So pia kuna like the misunderstanding. Sisi tunaenda na ujuaji mingi.
There's a danger when you have read so much and then you're reading theories that have not been tested.
But also, we have a book I would recommend, The 48 Rules of Power.
Oh, I have read that book a few times. It has helped me a big deal.
Exactly.
A big deal.
Rule number 1, or is it? I think it's rule number 1.
Which one?
You cannot outdo your master.
Never outshine your master.
Exactly.
That is this is the one thing that this is how I live with that book. At any given point, because seasons in life they are not uniform.
Yeah, sure.
At any given time, when I'm in a season, I always look at which law am I living by most. And at some point, never outshine your master. Kinda is this underlying, always constantly around you. Now that we are talking of going to elections and we don't want to outshine our masters, sasa unaambia youth wasivai?
Hapana. You might okay, there is also a rule that says, in that rule, in the explanation, the author somehow says, if you feel like your master is not good enough, or maybe you can challenge him, it's okay. But now, at some point, I'm saying do not outshine your master in terms maybe of experience.
All right, I get you.
Experience. It is not always about kupigana mangumi, nirushe ni urushe.
But sometimes I also feel like we give people the credit that they have experienced, then they have the wrong experience.
Exactly. When fools get older.
I mean,
get old.
Someone told me that the worst thing about arguing with a fool is that they will draw you to their level, then beat you with experience.
Exactly.
Looking at the future of the youth, the next 1 year, what is that one desire that you would want to see happening around the youth and the spaces that you're in, and what is that which you're working towards?
Okay. Personally, I would say I would love to see we as youths having the correct information. Information. We have a lot of information, but the correct information.
Yes.
And also, I would say us having to solve the problems we have in our country. Because be it agriculture, be it the education sector, we have a lot of problems.
I get to a point where I feel like they are deliberately put there to keep us in a certain.
Okay, that's a trick. That's a trick in governance. So I would say that. So we tuende kwa root cause. We have the whatever is happening, but can we go to the root cause of all this?
The
systems. the systems.
Yeah. Hapo kuna kazi.
2027 tutaingia kwa uongozi. I'm pretty sure. Most of us youths tutakuwa kwa uongozi.
Very true.
But do we really know how the systems work ukiwa huko ndani?
Actually, sometimes I feel like we need someone who doesn't know how those systems work so that we can dismantle them. Because knowing how they work, you become complacent.
But I oppose that.
That's my opinion. I'm happy. I'm a listener. I'm happy to see your point of view.
I will oppose that.
Yeah.
Reason being, maybe when you know how things work, you will find, even if it's a longer route, keep your eyes on the goal. Just you will know how to maneuver. You know, I can't pass here because hapa huna njia.
Yeah.
But si unajua kitu nataka kufanya. So I'll pass the other way.
Yeah.
And finally, I'll reach the destination.
Yeah.
But also,
yes.
you can go there bila kujua. Tunaendanga shule bila kujua kitu. Unatoka ukijua.
Yes.
You will learn and you will confine in that.
I always feel like our biggest problem is how we expect change to come, because change is not going to come from leaders. The reason I'm saying that if you're in the system, you're learning the wrong experience is because it is people who have been in government for 20, 30 years who run government, not the person you elect today.
True.
So wanakujanga wote na moto tunawapunguzianga hapa. So I think people also need to understand that leadership is not just going for that elective position.
True.
Leadership is how are you running that small department you're running?
Exactly.
How are you running that personal life you're running? Then we can talk of leadership.
I would agree to that 100%.
Yes.
If we want change in our country, inafaa ianze mimi na wewe.
Always.
Before we get, kuna kitu inasemanga, okay, I would say like the politics and the people we have in power are a reflection of our society.
Yes.
They came from the society.
Yes.
Where me and you belong. And then, we will get to 2027, people will vie.
Yeah.
People will vie, but I really would love to know why they want to be in the political space.
It's interesting. Actually, you mentioned that you just cleared campus.
Yeah.
And now you're in the job market. Yeah. Now let us connect these two. What is your experience? What are you going through? Na empowerment imefika kwako? By any chance?
Kidogo ni kama sijakuwa empowered. Lakini labda niko empowered na information, but the things they are giving out.
Yes.
Okay. About the empowerment issue, I would say the government inajaribu. At some point, it is trying. Reason being, most of us went to campus.
Yeah.
Most of us went to colleges.
Yeah.
We have the degrees, we have the diplomas.
Yeah.
But what about those people who don't have the papers to get the formal job? What about those people wenye walimalizia class 8?
Yeah.
Wenye walimalizia form 4? Those people, they require experience.
Skills.
And they require the papers.
Yes.
We would say that our education system kidogo haifanyi kazi, but still, when you go to the job market, they want the papers.
Yeah.
So at some point, the government trying to help those people who have the technical skills.
Yeah.
It is working. It is good for them.
Okay.
But so at some point, tunajua sisi tunaiangalia kutoka nje, and then you think about yourself. But me having the degree or the diploma, maybe my sister, my cousin, hana hiyo. He can do the car wash.
Yes.
He can do the salon business.
Yeah.
They have the technical skills. So siwezi sema I'm against the empowerment thing.
Yeah.
It's good for them.
Yes.
And for us, the people who want the formal job, maybe the internships the government is trying to create, the more job opportunities for us.
Yeah.
Change won't come tomorrow. Or
of course not.
It is gradual.
My only worry is there seems to be a deliberate attack on art, and art provides a lot of employment in this country. Yeah, but I like that way of thinking, because we, the elite, I can sit here with my radio presenting skills and I'm good.
And talk
There's
very well. You have the communication skills.
Yeah, there's someone who doesn't have this.
Exactly.
So yeah, for that one person is okay. But as always, tutakaa tu tukiangalia. Hii ni watch and see.
We watch and see, but I love the revolution that is going on.
The awareness is encouraging.
Yeah.
The awareness is very encouraging. The consciousness of people.
The awakening,
it is
great, but maybe the only problem, we expect everything to change in a day. But I would say, look at the Mau Mau rebellion. It was not a 1 year thing.
You know, people think Mau Mau fought for independence and got it in 1963. No.
In 1963 on January,
and got it by December.
By December they had the independence.
You're joking.
It is you.
It was like a 14-year.
Yeah, exactly.
14-year struggle thereabouts.
Yeah. We will have to be patient. It will be challenging. Tutaambiwa nyinyi Gen Z mnaharibu nchi and all that.
Yeah.
But it is there's something that's called consistency builds resilience.
There's nothing that can stand in the way of consistency.
Exactly.
Nothing.
We will keep punching.
Hata ukaanza kitu ndogo kama tu kubomoa ukuta na sindano.
Exactly.
Na ukalie tu hapo mwaka mzima. One day itaanguka.
Na utaenda the other side.
Very true.
Yeah,
Asante sana Priscilla for your time and your wisdom. You're too wise for your age.
Guys, I'm sorry, and my height.
At least I didn't say that.
But I think maybe one last thing.
Yeah.
I'd say most of the people don't know the theme of this International Youth Day.
Yes, I do.
Localizing the SDGs.
Localizing SDGs. I heard from clicks to action. Am I hiyo? Ama hiyo ilikuwa last year?
Unajua ina depend umekuwa wapi.
Localizing what?
SDGs.
Aha.
How many SDGs do you know?
Climate.
Which is SDG number?
Wait. I'm an artist. If there's something we do the worst is remembering things. Cramming things is not what we do best.
I'm sorry.
But in connection with that, what are those activities that you yourself like unad? What you desire and what you are doing. I think I like doing that, because sometimes we talk about what we desire so much, and then we forget that we are doing nothing about it.
Exactly. Yeah. Ni ukweli. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, so personally,
yes.
I would say I'm more of awareness
Right
now at this point in life.
Which is very important, actually.
Awareness and learning.
Can you do me a favor? Consider doing that awareness that you're learning in this nice English. Consider putting it in your local dialect so that we can localize it, as you're saying.
Exactly.
We need to take it to the village. If we are not doing that, we are just drinking this hot coffee of big hotels and doing this, and it is not going.
Yeah, actually, I'm in a certain point where actually nimerealize that I do have other passions. Nimekuja kurealize I'm passionate about this. It's that I didn't learn about it.
Right.
That is why I didn't know about it. I didn't know it is inside me.
Yeah.
Then I'm starting to learn it, and I'm like, this is interesting. I love this.
True.
So me personally, I'm learning.
Yeah.
I'm creating awareness.
Yes.
Meeting people, like just interacting with people. You will
Yeah.
learn alone. Si lazima usome kitabu kila saa.
Na kwanza kuna kitabu siku hizi iko tu online tu inakaanga ikiwa open. Lakini shida tu kuangalia wenye unafuata manzi, usifuate watu wanakupotosha. Where do we get you on social media?
So I go by the name Priscilla Kagesho.
Oh, yes.
Maybe on Facebook you would find a lot about me.
All right.
Instagram kidogo, okay, niko lakini
Facebook is the platform for Africans.
Yeah. Tunarudi nyumbani. And so Priscilla Kagesho.
Asante sana. Ukiwa kwa kaunti ya Kiambu, endelea kushikilia kazi ya Mungu. You know, service to people is service to God.
Exactly.
I believe in that.
Are supposed to be service providers.
Yes.
Not people.
Not bosses.
Not bosses.
Not gods.
Not gods. Not that thing waheshimiwa thing.
We have one God who cannot be told anything. So we are praying to the other God.
You're a leader. Pia wewe.
Yes. I take my personal leadership very, very, very seriously. I manage artists, so I coexist with many artists in many spaces. So I take leadership very seriously. I know that a small mistake on my side can ruin someone's life. So I take that very serious.
Okay.
Yes, so thank you so much Priscilla, na uendelee na kazi mzuri. Ukituona huku mitandaoni hivi unabonyeza mahali tu unajua hizi jamaa nazijua hizi.
Lazima note. And thank you for having me. Actually, this is my first time doing this. I've never been a place I'm being recorded, guys.
No. You are a natural. You should consider doing podcasts actually. You're a natural. I actually thought you were an advocacy like the spokesman of someone because you speak well.
Oh no, I learn a lot of things, and at this point I feel like I have a lot of things to give back. Like niko na so many things I know. Ama nianze kuambia juu.
In fact, tuonane hapo nyuma ya tent. I will show you how I started mine and it is going.
Okay.
Yeah, because let me tell you. Dawa ya hii century. It's just doing.
Just that.
Don't keep on thinking, don't keep on planning, don't washa simu, just do.
Nice one.
Priscilla, asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to let our guest go. We will be next with the next guest. Na muangalie Priscilla sana. Trust me, huyu women rep next. Ama ni MP?
Kiambu County.
Kiambu County. MP ama Kajora?
Kiambu County.
MCA?
Hapana. Women rep ukikaa vibaya, governor ukikaa vibaya, senator ukikaa vibaya.
All for kila up for grabs, kila yote, hakuna kutaita, hakuna kubembeleza. And I like to see this type of, especially women. Aki. Ladies, itisheni kura.
Na mkuje tupambane, si
I
rahisi.
feel like the country is ready for you now. Let's do this.
Thank you.
Your kind of music, all day, all night, right here on your only station, Power Radio.
See the star shining bright for me, as it does for everyone out here. Rabuka katleta wote he plays, and the sun shines so bright for all. So let us get back to love. Through your pains, it's seen true. So let us get back to peace. Nipenzi tu. The same blood, same air we breathe every single day. This love we need to make us all live in peace. So let us get back to love. So let us get back to peace. Acha zogo, nipenzi. Acha mdogo, nipenzi tu. See the star shining bright for me, as it does for everyone out here. Rabuka katleta wote he plays, and the sun shines so bright for all. So let us get back to love. Through your pains, it's seen not true. So let us get back to peace. Nipenzi tu.
Baddest, Lynchy are the baddest, realest, Deco are the realest, sickest, Telo are the sickest, illest, Jua we are the illest, maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit, talent, daily napiga practice, gadget, pini, sharp, kakakta, status, sichochi, mimi si actress.
This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom, na sita kucha kucheza make room, na wapa vibes inanukia fiti perfume, so we can nice add gear vroom vroom, sing vroom vroom, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka gear vroom vroom.
Boy, you're not bad, you just fake it. Me no care if a man want hate me. Me no give a fuck if you don't rate me. Real talk says chocha mi simple la tukipatana kwa choche usinichoche. Usijifanye mgaza uwezi nitoka. Usifanye nitoe ni kuchanje. Usijione mjanja kuna wabaya. Piga kona ukiniona ushagwaya. Nisidona usiniombe mbao. Naleta disorder wananiona hadi kwao. Napendwa na wakomi, napendwa na mapedi, napendwa na mategi. Warembo na pia bongi, sogopi man nilikuwa mkomi. Nilikuwa pedi nkaritaya sai maombi na live na jajado. Nilikuwa thegi, siko penniless hata kama niko hood. Until the bury us, I wish a nigga cool. You're so hilarious na kuvunja na food tuko shook. Scared to death tukivurugwa kwa bush. Sina time ya kusikiza fairy tale. First of all, uko nyuma kama tail. Legend kwa streets, big as a vase. Fake niggas wanna die beef, wanna die to speak. Yeah, baddest, Lynchy are the baddest. Realest, Deco are the realest. Sickest, Telo are the sickest. Illest, Jua we are the illest. Maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit. Talent, daily napiga practice. Gadget, pini, sharp, kakakta, status. Sichochi, mimi si actress.
This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom, na sita kucha kucheza make room, na wapa vibes inanukia fiti perfume, so we can nice add gear vroom vroom, sing vroom vroom, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka gear vroom vroom. Awa madem na wa replace kasim kat cheesy, maskini mnono ebu kam na jibag. I'm so sick na sioni nkipona, leta weed that nyonye tukiwa pima, vile na roga wanadai ni dumba. Daily shuffling na sakanya hibunda, ni saa ngapi na nini saa mbaya, kafiti ama utafanywa mbaya.
Vibe tamu na kuletea visimpo, msupa wako ngoma yangu anachezesha ringtone. Cheki kako rada ama memeza piriton, wanajua mi madawa mi napendaga easy form. Selected DJ MC itabidi mumeimba, vitu mna play inaka mna tupima. Mini bad boy siskizi Justin Bieber, mkono shingo siva na kupigia matimba.
Baddest, Lynchy are the baddest. Realest, Deco are the realest. Sickest, Telo are the sickest. Illest, Jua we are the illest. Maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit. Talent, daily napiga practice. Gadget, pini, sharp, kakakta, status. Sichochi, mimi si actress.
This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom, na sita kucha kucheza make room, na wapa vibes inanukia fiti perfume, so we can nice add gear vroom vroom, sing vroom vroom, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka gear vroom vroom.
Okay, woza bana rada yo. Rada yako ni gani bro?
Rada yangu ni safi bana.
Safi sana. Mambo shava.
Mambo sambamba.
Okay, jina?
Jina ni Moven John Muyaga.
Okay. Yeah. Una represent pata gani?
Mina represent Kiambu. Yeah.
Sasa leo venye mnajua ni International Youth Day. Ndo maana tuko hapa hivi. Na hii shughuli ni ya organization inaitwa Kenya ni mimi. Hiyo statement kwanza inakuambia nini ukisikia Kenya ni mimi?
Nikisikia Kenya ni mimi, kwanza ni kitu inspiring sana, yani kitu great.
Yeah, kweli.
Ni kunionyesha I'm a full citizen,
yes,
na I have rights. I belong to Kenya. In short ni kitu kama yani uzalendo.
Kweli. Na hii shughuli nini nimekuleta kwa hii shughuli leo?
Hii shughuli nilikuja because niliangalia ile topics zinakuwa discussed.
Okay.
Ni topics zenye sahi unaona zina involve my youth.
Okay.
Mambo ya police brutality, mambo ya kusupport talent unaona. So mimi niko na leo lazima ni represent. Yeah.
Na sasa kama my youth man round role yetu kama my youth kushape Kenya vile inaenda. Tukiongelea sana kuanzia ya June 25th last year. Unaona hiyo direction my youth man wameanza kuteki kwaje towards kushape our country?
My youth sahi naweza sema wame open their eyes, their ears, all senses sahi zime open because unaona youth wamejaribu sana because unaona Gen Z sahi imeanza kuspread across the whole world because unajua from late vijana walikuanga wanaumia man, hakuna mtu anaongea, hakuna ile.
Na kwa nini hasa walikuwa umesema sasa wamefungua macho, si ndio? Na walikuwa waongewa wanaumia. Kwa nini unafikiri ilikuanga hivyo? Why were they not talking, not doing anything?
Unajua mi kitu nilinotice ni vile system ya kitambo ilikuwa.
Okay.
Unaona kama government ya kitambo haikuwa na implementations mingi kama sahi.
Okay.
Of which vitu kama freedom of expression watu walikuwa hawapewi. Kuna mahali kitambo ungeongea tu hivi kitu. Unakumbuka kuna zile enzi hata ungetaja tu useme president fulani utaonekana baada. Unapotea bana baada hata siku moja mbili. So for now naweza sema the modern government imedevelop at least sahi kuna rights za watu na ziko mpaka constitution, hata vijana wanafaa jue kitu kama kudemonstrate. Hiyo mtu hafai kuambia ama uko na right ya kulalamika kusema hiyo kitu mbaya, kitu negative yenye iko kwa
Na mambo bado haija change in terms of venye watu walikuwa wanapotea. Bado watu wanapotea, si ndio?
Exactly.
Na nini inawapatia moral mpaka hawaogopi mpaka wanajua utaweza lost, lakini bado unashughulika, unatokea kwa protest, unaongea, una post, una tweet hivyo. Ni nini unafikiri sasa ndio imewapa hiyo moral?
Unajua moral naweza sema moral iko kwa sisi vijana si wenye, kwa sababu ni kweli kuna wale bado wanapotea mpaka saa hii hizo kesi zinafanyika, lakini zimepungua. Sasa ile kitu huwa inafanyika ni kwamba sisi vijana unajua bado ukipigana unapigania watoto wako
ya kweli
na unapigania pia maisha ya baadaye. So uangalie saa hii manake si tukiendelea tukichoka na hivyo ndio wanataka watatunyima hiyo right yetu umeona. So despite the challenges hata kama tunapotea ama tunafanya nini lazima tuendelee kuongea manake hizi vitu lazima watu waseme ndio tujue hizi vitu zipotee kabisa. Manake hata ukiangalia government si kitu ambao like wanataka kutumia ile mfumo ya dictatorship of which nowadays bana dictatorship iliisha ile wakati wa kina Gaddafi kina tunasema Museveni, Idi Amin Dada, Hitler. Sasa tuko modern days bana yenyewe hata wafanye nini we'll still talk.
Na wewe umeniambia una represent Kiambu. Uko ndani youth group?
Mimi niko actually a writer, script writer
wa movie.
Movie, plays, hizi mapoem. So huwa na interact na mayouth wengi, niko na group yangu bado ya mayouth.
Ya mayouth. Inaitwaje?
Ita Mastermind Media.
Okay. Sasa sauti ya ground inasemaje from hizo groups za huko kwa ground Kiambu?
Okay, actually huku kwa group by the vijana wengi huku actually hata hapa Kiambu actually wako na naweza sema hasira sana manake actually bado wasikizwi. Hata hiyo ndio unaona shida inaendelea mpaka saa hii despite ya kufanya hizi demonstration despite ya kuongea imagine bana nothing is changing bana, watu vijana bado wanapotea. So ndio tunauliza
na apart from hizi protests zilikuwa za 18 hizi zimekuwa June nini hizi watu wamekuwa kitokea sana. Sema hapa Kiambu sasa, how do you hold the leaders accountable mkiona kitu iko fine?
Huku kama kuna wakati unakumbuka the previous maandamano yenye imepita 2 days kuna askari alikuwa ameenda kuarrest a boy hapo tu kwa reli. In fact I was there that day. So wakati alienda kwa arrest kijana sasa kujaribu ile kujisaidia kukimbia, akagongwa na gari na ilikuwa tu imagine only 2 days after hiyo accident hiyo maandamano imekuwa. So vijana wakaanza tena hapo kurayot umeona. But mi kitu hapo nilifurahia MP kukuja, governor kukuja, mtu alitokea ni OCS alikuja na ka involve vijana kwa dialogue of which ilikuwa ni hot sana. But mainly leaders kama magavana anaweza sema actually wametufail sana hapa kwa county. At least unaweza sema OCPD ndio huwa tuna involve na yeye sana kama vijana hapa hivi.
Na county inashughulikia pande yako, si umenyamba kuna group ya wasanii? County inashughulikia wasanii kweli? Kuna vile mna work na county in terms of art?
Imagine county by then nimejaribu previous push, lakini unaona kama hawa viongozi wetu siku hizi unaona ni watu selfish. So ukienda, mi nimepeleka applications kwa MCA's office, nimefika bado mpaka kwa chief, lakini unaona 2 years down the line hakuna reply. So unaona vijana tunaumia bana, tunauliza how are they supporting us? So tutakuwa tunalia tu.
Hakuna projects zozote zinasaidia ma youth man hivi?
There's no project. Hakuna hata project. That's why hata tunauliza government ikisema iko na projects za youth. Where are they? Because sisi hata youth tuko hapa, nakwambia ukikuja hata hapa Kiambu kwanza mainly Kikuyu town. Na hiyo sasa ndio economic stronghold ya huko Kiambu. Ukienda hapa reli you'll even wonder. Watu wanalala tu. People are just idle. Na ni mayouth bana. Imagine na unajua hata hao mayouth ukienda wakati wa maandamano the same wenye wanakuanga hapa hivi around that, the same wanafanya theft, them claiming hakuna job.
Na sikuna kuanga na do ya youth, mshe jaribu ku apply vitu kama hizo? Hizi youth fund hizi mnaambia mshikane watu sijui ngapi nini. Isipokuwa saa nyingine mimi naona ngeo strategy kwa uduju. Wajua pia ukiambia watu washikane mtu mbao ndio wapatie 50k, hapo ni kapi hujawajenga.
Alafu
kweli ukipatia msee mmoja hiyo inaweza mje.
True.
Naona mtaani wanafungua kawash. Hiyo kawash wanafungulia waseka 30. Mtaja saidika lini na hizo? Sasa huko hiyo hakuna vile nyinyi mnashughulikiwa na hizo youth fund. Ofisi ya sikuna ofisi ya tuseme kama sports culture nini vitu kama hizo arts. Amjaitembea huko?
Mimi nimetembea actually hizi ofisi, hata nishaenda na group yangu. Hiyo time kwanza tuliendanga huko inaitwanga aje hii Nyayo House. Na wakati tuliendanga huko tukafanya proper documentation za group, everything juu hivyo ndio walituambianga requirement. Nikarudingi mpaka kwa ofisi ya chief, nikampatia document ya group zangu, nimeregister registered group, nikapewa mpaka Nyayo House hiyo certificate. Lakini sasa wakati wakuja nikachukua hadi group members signature everything vile walikuwa wanataka, but from there unapata they don't give you support. Unaambiwa tu is still coming, still on the way. Actually nimeona kuna projects vile unasema ni kweli, kama Kaosh nimeona zenye zimefunguliwa zimekuwa funded hata na magavana, saa zingine hata na MCA, but unashindwa kwani wanasaidianga wase wenye wanajuana nao ama sielewangi, because
hizo strategy zao ni za ududu. Hizo group sema tu kweli si mbaya, lakini sema tu kwa Kaosh hapa mtu 30.
Imagine
kukuje gari 2, nani ataiosha? Naona ni swali ya kwanza.
Ni ukweli kabisa.
Watu wanaanza kukosania hapo.
Exactly.
Naona. Anyway, na venye umekama hapa Kenya ni mimi leo, kuna kitu umelan mpya
sana? Kenya ni mimi actually nimefurahia sana, na hata wale wote wenye wamesaidiana nao kama Power 254 talent vijana, unaona kama Power Radio bado wako hapa kusupport vijana na kutusikiza, of which mimi nimelan vitu mob. Number 1 nimelan kwa hii function si lazima hata actually I require help from people kama hii government, ama lazima wanipe dondo nifanye something. Ni kutumia hiyo creativity yangu to gather the ideas, put them together, because nime notice a creative mind inaweza change your life. You don't need kungangana ukingangana.
Kweli.
Na point ingine pia nikalana hapa na ni muhimu sana, ni ile like kukuwa na voice as in speaking dialogue. Mona wamefocus sana kwa dialogue as in rather than kutumia violence. Na hiyo pia vijana wanafaa waangalie nini violence sana, waangalie dialogue. Tuongee nao wase, tusikizane nao, at least tuone kama tutafanya step ahead. Na also the last point yenye nilifurahia about this event, inakumake una interact, you meet new people like unaona kama leo hata nimefurahia nimepatana na wewe bana, nilikuwa nakusikia tu unaona bana, nasikia tu sauti nikiwa shindwa, but today nime have that privilege, unaona na nime meet very many new people here
bana. Kuna hiyo point umesema ya violence and all, unajua wasi wakienda protest, kuna watu wanga wajaenda protest.
True.
Naona wanga wameenda shughuli yao. Na hizo vitu wenyewe zinamalizwa na hiyo dialogue. Hiyo conversation wanga muhimu sana, unajua?
Kweli.
So huko mtaani unaona ukirudi utajaribu kuchanua mayouthman wengine aje mkwe na dialogue. Unafikiri utawakalisha mahali ama utaenda uanze na group yako?
Exactly. Mi mwenyewe hata kabla nianze na group yangu ama na wase, unajua hivyo huwa inafaa hivyo. Lessons zenye umelearn unaanza kupractice wewe mwenyewe. So I'll start with myself. Umeona? Mi mwenyewe pia nikuwe na avoid hizi ni stories of violence, na from there nita use my group. Unajua mi ni script writer, so naweza tumia hizi play bado kupass
message. Ni muhimu sana hiyo, ndio ile tunaitanga activism.
Exactly, activism. Na ma-artist pia wenye wakuku nje wanakusikia vizuri vile unasema. Si ati tunaimba tu hapa mangoma, imagine kutingisha tu vitu, imagine
tingisha nini unakonja mzee
man tukonja badala watu indie nyimbo man kuambia wasee wache kufinya wasee wache like hata tukisema ukweli hata kwanza ni mzuri when we are like this na tukona Youth International Day. Hata this is a prayer to our president, junajua anasikiza vizuri wherever he is na atapata hiyo ujumbe. Our president of Kenya, tafadhali vijana ndio ulingangana nao, na vijana ndio walikuweka hapo kwa hiyo kiti. Ukikuja ulisema bottom up, ukatuambia si vijana utatupea wheelbarrow, utatusupport. Sasa saa hii imefika mahali you are not a hustler anymore. Tafadhali remember ulikuja ukisema wewe ni hustler, ngangania mahustler wenzako bana. Sisi hadi tuko na ubaya na yeye Mr. Rice. Tunataka hata sisi bana chai bana tukule.
Na unajua mayuta atoitishangi vitu mingi sana. Hawataki a lot. Hawataka tu accountability.
Exactly.
Unajua kuwa accountable. Teme kado ya county tumekepoa. Tunaweza funguliwa institutions. Kuna wanaweza fungulia sasa watu mastall. Wendo utajiekea kile utajiekea ndani. Apart from kushikanisha watu wengi pamoja, unaona? Hata kuna land mingi wamegrab na huko.
Sana.
Vitu kaa hizo. Wakafungulia watu mastall. Wewe sasa unajua ukiwa na base, wendo utajua kile utafanyia.
Ni kweli.
Na nipo tumemeet leo. Na hope umechanuka
sana.
Na uende wachanue
kabisa.
Uko na any parting shot?
Yani
kwanza kwa wasanii, hebu waambie kitu umewaambia tena.
Wasanii bana
waache kutingika sasa.
Wacha kutingika, si ndio bana? Kucheza tu bana. Sasa tunataka vitu educative man, educate society. Unajua chenye wasanii wa saya wajui, art ilikujanga hapo sababu ya kueducate people, kwa enlighten kufanya wale wasi hata pia wajui kitu ama kwa masomo. Unajua chenye watu wajua, kuna watu masomo yezi waingia, lakini hizi mangoma uonangi vile mpaka wale machizi wanaziraruka hizi ngoma. So ukirushia watu message hapo, uoni hawa wase watachanuka hata kama hakuenda shule. So that's why artists tulikuja hapo kueducate the society, si kukuja hapo kuonyesha tu watu raha kila saa. No, that's
but kutoka last year June naweza sema wasanii wamejaribu sana.
Kweli.
At least watu walifanya hizo ngoma za activism sana. Na si ngoma peke yake, nimeona maplay.
True.
Kwanza kuna play moja niliona ili ni bamba sana, inaitwa Kifo Kisimani.
Exactly, nice.
Kumekuwa maplay, watu wanaandika mapoetry zingine za ngumu, haya magraffiti.
True.
Watu wanachora kila mahali bana. Na kitu watu elewangi ni art inakuanga very powerful tool.
Yeah.
Sana vile umesema tu kuna watu ukijaribu kana hivi mpigie story mingi hata ingi huko, lakini mweke kwa kadoba karege hapo
ndio nazikula
na bado anaendelea kupelekwa na rada bana tunataka tufungie shughuli leo hapa. Naona ni 2 minutes to show ishe. Venye tumekuambia tumekuwa International Youth Day. Na tuko huku Kikuyu. Na shughuli yenyewe inaitwa Kenya ni mimi. Na nimekutana na msanii wangu wa nguvu hapa. Amenipeleka na rada sana. Hata before tukamja hapa alikuwa ameshanichapia huko. Ndio maana hata tuna story mingi juu tulizipigia na huko. Anyway, msao mnasikiza Power Radio. Na tunataka kufunga hii shughuli, lakini kabla tuende nataka tupatie parting shot. Kitu ya mwisho, kitu moja ya mwisho.
Nashukuru sana Wakenya wote wenye mnasikiza. Kwanza youth na wale wenye mna watch live hapo. Tuko hapa hivi na ni ukweli leo imekuwa interactive sana. So na next time mkisikia Youth Day tafadhali, hata bado inaendelea hata kesho. Kesho iko youth man kila mahali. Tuko hapa Kikuyu, Kiambu. Man, wacheni kutuangusha. Mnalalamika maandamano maafu saa hii, mkipewa chance muongea mtaki.
Bana, wakuje tupelekane na rada.
Mkuje tupelekane na rada. Na the lastly yenye mimi ningesema is si youth tushikane mkono vile tumeshikana hivyo, na tunashukuru sana media naweza sema men, congrats sana kwanza Power Radio. Thank you so much, mnatusupport sana because nyinyi ndio mnafikisha message yetu yenye tunataka ifike. And all the things vijana tusiachane, tushikane mkono
bana. Hiyo unit
kufungua macho si ati sasa ni kumaanisha si ni wabaya ama ati sasa juu tunaongea ukweli inakan kama tuna fight the government. Our message to the president na ndio namaliza nayo. Sisi Gen Z we are not fighting you. Hatufight government. Chenye tunataka protect human life. Hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza. Ya pili, tafadhali
bro, to ina fight bad governance, bad leadership. Wacha sisi tufunge shughuli. Ni poa sana mmekuwa na sisi. Shughuli inaendelea hadi kesho. Wacha tukule madoba kiasi, alafu tutaona na msao pia programming yetu ya kawaida. Kesho tuko na show hapo hivyo kuanzia 4 to 6 with our chats. Kutoka kwangu mimi nawaambia tu adios.
Muziki ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu,
kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. Nasema ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu,
kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu, tamu, kushinda managu. Nasema ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda manana,
kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. So, my name is Kainamix and this is Liz. She'll be helping me with the vocals. Na hii ni playlist yetu ambayo nilitengeza tu nikiwa na yeye. I hope you're going to enjoy as we have in this session. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana.
fanto mama. Every day, every day, every day, every day, mina fanto mama. Every day, every day, every day, every day, mina fanto mama. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Nyungu nilipatiana. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Sufuria imetoboka.
From sunrise